Hello? Sorry, I am going to start yapping early. Also, kind of need to fix my mic arm. This thing is kind of a mess at the moment. It's potentially tempting to buy another one, but consumerism. I don't need to consume more things. Sorry, 1 second. But I want to! No, but I don't! No, I don't want to. I need to resist. I need to resist consuming! But also, what'd you end up ordering, Super? I also ordered food today! As a little treat, for fun! I got tacos, actually. They were very nice. I got 2 carne asadas, 2 carnitas, and a, chorizo. And I saved half of it, pretty much, in the fridge for later. I probably could have downed the entire thing, but I was like, no. Moderation. Give me a second. How are you doing, Nia? How's it going? Do you have today off? Grilled chicken, brown rice with broccoli. Trying to be... No, that is good. It is very, very good. Did you also end up getting some sauce with it or anything like that? Like teriyaki sauce or anything? I'm gonna go ahead and mod you again. Just for Expedition 33 stuff. And yeah! Oh my gosh. Okay, Nia, I will show you. I will show you. I don't know if I showed you the other card I ended up pulling as well, but I'll show you that one too. But I am excited for Expedition 33. Actually, offline last night in Discord, I ended up doing the prismatic? Is it prismatic or chromatic? I forgot. I'm sorry. It's one of the two. The optional boss, that chromatic, the chromatic one, near the second flag. Isn't a thing? All good? Okay, alright. I don't know. It's all the same in my brain at the moment. Anyway, the chromatic one and the second flag. And I remember during my first playthrough, it was really tough because it basically one-shot me. So I had to basically perfect. I had to, like, perfectly, like, like, parry everything. Which I got. I felt like the parrying was a lot better. And at this point, like, being near the hut, right? Being near Noko's hut and then going back, at least for one of my characters, she's able to survive one hit. Parry trainee level 3. Yeah, I was definitely level 1 that time. I did it the first time though. So yes, making progress. We're getting there hopefully. But I hope, how many parry trainee levels are there? I wonder when I'll graduate. When I'll graduate my parry trainee level, and maybe I'll become an apprentice or an intern. No, next is intern. So I am a trainee, then I'm an intern, then maybe I'm an apprentice, right? 99. I have to get to level 99. Okay, hopefully I can get to level 99 by the time I get to finish Act 1. Like, it's like Overwatch. How is it like Overwatch? Is there ranks? There's not really levels unless you talk about the battle pass. Ranks? Okay, so bronze, silver, gold, plat, diamond masters, grandmasters. I don't know the other ones. I'm copper? Wow, I'm below bronze. Just call me wood. Wood rank 1. That's there is no number. I'm only at silver. I'm wood rank 1 at the moment. I'm wood level 1. Hi Terry, how's it going? Yeah, thank you for joining us with the nonsense last night. That was very silly. I'll have to show you later on, Nia, but we got on top of my roof and then I had lizards in my walls. Well, one singular lizard and one elephant in my walls. So that was interesting. And then we got, in the background, we heard the horse game, the horse gotcha game. Let me turn this on. Okay, I guess I can have the game. You know what, I'm gonna go ahead and boot up the, should I boot up the game now? I guess we could boot up the game as a yap. Or, okay, how about I show you Vivi real quick. I gotta show you my son, he's home! Vivi's home! Where is this? So let me move you all on this side. Let me move my other one over here. Oh yes, which one should we highlight today? the jump scare or Gustav. Gustav yeeting off the cliff, which by the way is super. I don't know if you can see it, but you can make the clips shorter. I might go back in and edit the clips a little bit, because it's not always very clear, unfortunately. Okay, I'm gonna mute this. I'm gonna boot up the game. I'm gonna show you Vivi, and we're gonna jump into it because we're speedrunning to surpass where I was last time. When did that happen? Not when I was there. I don't think so. Yeah, no, it was after. It was before and after you came, because I forgot about the house because we were busy doing FC things. I also got an FC house. A lot happened yesterday. But yeah, so I can show you next time as well, Pen. Technically, it's not illegal or anything. It's just funny glitch stuff. And hopefully I can get you all up in the house later on. You shorten them, but my style tends to show the builds. Oh wait, you shorten them? Okay, I see. Got it. I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes, like, in the past, like, Twitch wasn't always very, like, clear in terms of being able to, like, shorten the games and everything. Also, hi everyone. Hi Zata. Hi Super. Hi Pen. Thanks for the first. Hi Nia. Hi Terry. Yeah, I'm sorry, today was late. This is a smidge late. Also, I need to figure out how loud I need to make this. I forgot the volume level. I think I made it 40% yesterday. Yeah, that looks right, actually. Okay, 1 second. Let me change that. Let me put you all over here. Hello, everyone. Let me adjust my Stream Deck stuff real quick. Stream Deck to 40%.
Very nice.
Oh, Saray!
Sorry, Larwin.
You're back!
Back home from Con. We'll be dropping
Wait!
spoilers, but looking forward to Notice Walker didn't matter.
Do not, or we're not, I'm not starting quite yet, so there still is a little bit of time. So you are good, but also I hope the con was good and fantastic. By the way, I'm gonna swap the music, but I'll have this in the background. But I hope the con was fantastic. It's good to see you. We did so many tank things while you were away, and then I was thinking, man, Saray would have loved this every time we did a bunch of tank stuff. But I hope, hopefully, no, definitely during this week. Yeah, definitely during this week we'll do more tank things. And I'm on my Marauder arc. I'm level 55 right now. And what else? Level 55 Marauder. 56 actually 56. What else did I do? We did all tanks trials, and we did all tanks raid runs, and we were pretty successful. And then we learned that the heal check and seed of sacrifice at the very beginning, you can stack shake it off 4 times. And then also divine veil helps a lot. 4 divine veils help a lot. Con was good, actually. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really, really good. I know, I'm glad that you all had plenty of meetings. And I'm glad it went smoothly, because I know you were talking about, like, before that you were short of staff, or it's like you've been short of staff, like, here and there and everything. So that's really, really great to know. In a week or so. Okay. So, we'll be dropping for spoilers. Looking forward to Notice Walker. So that will be Sunday. Yes, that will be Sunday, which is, yeah, a week right now. On Tuesday, so tomorrow, actually, I'll be streaming Final Fantasy 14 with Jenna. So that will be safe. But yeah, we'll probably, honestly, after lunch and stream and the event stuff with Jenna, I might end up doing some more tank things if I can convince enough people to do tank runs with me. Keyword Marauder, correct. Keyword Marauder, still not a warrior. We're gonna work on that. Maybe actually during the week, maybe we'll work on the the warrior quest. Hi Jenna, did you end up getting enough people for Endwalker help? I think I know you were helping for it as well, but I hope you got enough people. Had an idea, do a challenge as many vuln stacks as possible as a tank and have them not die. You know we're doing only tank runs, so like you need to just not, you have to manage your vuln stacks and not die. I'm not cooperating in allowing tanks to have 3 bajillion vuln stacks. I'm not healing that. That's not my problem. If you die, you die. No, I'm not doing that. Well, you know what? What if I'm the tank and all of you are the healers? Heading out, I'll have fun. We'll see you later. Bye, sorry. Thank you so much for the resub, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thanks for subbing for 9 months. Thank you for being here for so long. Oh, I need to show you all. I need to show who came home. Somebody came home. Yeah, 16 bone stacks is the max the game will go up to. Really? Okay, good to know. Good to know. What would you have to, what mode do you have to be in to get 16 though? Because we've seen up to 8. Yeah, I've seen up to 8 in Nier, but I'm unsure of where else you could get more, or if it's all if Nier is the best place to do it. Probably not records. It's fine though. Well, this person gave me a one of these thicker ones, the harder plastics. That's nice. I guess honestly it was probably just to keep all the cards in place. What tank hits 8? Who's that? I don't know. Somebody who just decides to do hollow ground instead of doing the mechanics or something, I think. I don't know, something like that. Critical encounters if you have good healers. Okay, we'll have to figure it out later on then. Also, hi and Sega, how are you? Anything interesting happened after I left? Yeah, actually, yes, I got jump scared. Let's go find those clips real quick. I got jump scared. So that was the interesting thing. It was actually 2 interesting things. So Gustav decided to yeet himself off the cliff, and then the other one was me getting jump scared. So hollow ground is a mechanic, a 4-minute cooldown mechanic. Is it part of your rotation? Is hollowed ground part of your rotation? Is that what you're claiming now? So there's that one, and then there's also this one as well. Happy to report no more jump scares in this game ever. I don't believe that. I think that's a lie. That's a big lie. Must have a good healer. Okay, I mean, I believe in my healers though. Pop 3 mitigation. Wait, hollowed ground is 7 minutes. Sorry, it's not 4 minutes. It's 7 minutes. I apologize. Why did I say 4? Because the other one is 4. I'm pretty sure the warrior one is like 4 minutes. Or is it Living Dead is 4 minutes? I don't remember. Anyways, it's 7 minutes for a cooldown. So pop 3 mitigations, wait, hollow ground, wait, mitigate again, and then die. That's how you play Paladin? Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm just gonna say I enjoy Dark Knight. I think that's just gonna be my thing. Yeah. Dark Knight's just gonna be my preferred. Holmgang is 4. Thank you, Nia. Holmgang is 4. That's the 4 minutes I was thinking of then. And you can use it so much. If I don't survive in that time, it's the DPS fault. Yeah, I don't want to play with spoiled tanks anymore. I'm not playing with spoiled tanks. I'm done. I'm done playing with spoiled tanks. Tanks have never touched healer once in their life. So is this the new patch for 14? Yes, actually. The game is very beautiful and the music is still equally fantastic. Living Dead is 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. And then super... that one. It's not boiled. I don't know what it said. I don't know what it is 6. Okay. They skipped 17 through 33. They did. But this is the newest one. You'll just have to update it. You'll just have to play the other ones whenever you get a chance. They did skip, but it's fine. Bolid? Is it... how do you say it? Okay, alright. So, Bolide. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kevlar. Also, I may have bought some magic cards instead of... I may have bought some magic cards. And it was like less than like $5, I think. So, Bolide or Bowlide? Okay, alright, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll just never invuln as Gunbreaker. Okay, so I bought 3 cards and 2 of them are the same. So, oh my gosh, everyone, we're gonna pull cards, right? Okay, are you ready? Are you ready for this card? Final Fantasy evolved into this type of gameplay where they went with 16. There's a talk about how they should evolve into this. That's interesting. Okay, here, ready for the first pull? Oh my gosh, who is it? Oh my gosh, it's Vivi! It's Vivi! He's so cute! He's so cute. I'm gonna keep this one in my wallet. I'm just gonna take him out. Oh, that's my son. That's my son, Vivi. He's so cute! Look at him! Look at Vivi! He's so precious. I love him so much. Look at the boy! Oh my gosh, it's so good. I'm so glad this is like less than $1. Okay, ready for the next one? Ready for the next one? Oh my gosh, it's Vivi again! I love Vivi! I love my son, Vivi! Okay, you ready for the third one? Third time's the charm? Oh my goodness, it's Hades! Whoa, Sorcerer of Eld! Okay, that's it. That's all I have. This is a three art card pack. Pretty good. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I wonder if this is because of the heat. But the coloration on the back of this card seems to be kind of weird. Yeah, I think there was like heat damage or something on some of these cards. I probably just left it in my mailbox for too long. That's fine. They're art cards. I don't care that much. Hi, Allie. How are you? Look! I have 2 VV cards! Even signed, they shouldn't be more than $2 or $3. Yeah, I didn't end up getting the sign because I was like, I don't think there's a point. I just want to look at my son. That's it. And then, oh yes, I have this card too. I think I showed you Neo, right? Look, it's him. Okay, but I will put these away for now. But that's all I have. That's all I have at the moment. But how's everyone doing? I am so sorry that I was late today. I really wanted to stream a lot earlier. I woke up. I actually fell asleep with all the lights on. I fell asleep with all the lights on, and then I fell asleep with all the lights on, and then I woke up at like 1 because I got called. Had my wake up call, and I was told, "Hey, notice, wake up! You gotta do things." And then what else? I woke up and got ready, went to the store really quickly because I had to buy a couple a couple of things, and got ready. Yeah. So I'm excited though. I think we'll make some good progress today. Hi, Giru. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm pretty early in the game, by the way. So even if you were lurking, I don't think I'm that far. By the way, I hope you were able to figure out the I don't know if you ended up doing settings stuff for Expedition 33, but I hope you worked it out. There's actually something that the community showed me yesterday, if you get a chance, under graphics. For the scaling mode, if you turn this down a little bit, like even if you are on low, if you have to do it like ultra performance or anything like that, that might help. I don't know if your community or if you were able to like go into the settings and like mess around with that. But that seemed to help me a lot because yesterday, like OBS kind of crashed when I was on high, which was wild for my brain. Oh, I gotta try it again with the new CPU, but I'll take note of that. But good luck, by the way, if you have to. I hope it really does work, though. It's been fun going back into it, and, you know, I'm hoping to graduate from parry trainee to parry intern very soon. Hi, Dan. Hi, Humble. How are you both doing? I hope Danganronpa went okay last night, by the way. Like I said, I'm going to wish all your favorite characters the best of luck. But it's good to see you, by the way. But if anybody enjoys Danganronpa, go hang out and follow Giru. And also Giru plays Final Fantasy 14 and Variety, and I think I've seen you play The Sims too. And potentially, hopefully, some Expedition 33 again. All my favorite characters are gone. Honestly, what did I expect? And that kind of scares me. Do I want to ever attempt to get Danganronpa game if all my favorite characters would potentially also be gone? Is there like potential for like different paths where some people don't die, or is it kind of like a set story? If you love solving mysteries, it's fun. I mean, the most mysteries I do is like Ace Attorney, and it's been a while since I've done that. But I have to make choices where people potentially live or die. I don't know. I I don't know if it's that type of game. That's why I could never play Walking Dead. I could never play Walking Dead, and I never could play, honestly, Detroit Become Human. I don't know if I can play that. That's potentially on my list, and it scares me a little bit in terms of needing to play that. Hi, Aody. How are you? Oh, Aody, do you want to see the 3-card pull really quickly again? Okay, Aody. 3-card pull. This just came in the mail. You ready? Oh my gosh! Whoa, it's Vivi! Look, it's my son! It's Vivi! Let's go! Okay. Again? Oh my gosh, it's Vivi! Let's go! Wow, Vivi, my son! Okay. Third pull. Oh wait, Giru, cover your eyes! For this one, you do need to cover your eyes, please. Okay, ready? Oh my gosh, look at who that is! A character that Giru cannot see yet! He's from Shadowbringers! Wow! Okay, that's it. That's my 3-card pull. We're done. I bought all of these as singles, by the way. Yes, a sorcerer of Eld is what I will say. That's it. Okay, everything is good now. Being a sprout is torture, honestly. I understand. I'm like... I love looking at fan art, and I love looking at Etsy, even though I am banned from Tumblr and Reddit and also Etsy because I have spoiled myself before. Do not do it. Don't do it. But anyways, I can't help it. They're so pretty. I want stuff. That's what I did. Yeah, it's just easier to buy singles at this point. Notice banned from the internet? No, well actually, technically, I did get banned from somebody in this stream accidentally spoiled me before. So, am I spoiled from streaming too? For the rest though, the ages of cards, I'm buying singles, same with this. There's so many. Yeah, I'm not buying anymore. I don't need to collect it. Like, I think I'm content with where I am now. Because I got one of the cards I got, I'm so happy about. It was the Shadowbringers card, right? The art card. Not the art card, but I showed a lot of you later on. But I'm really happy about that card. And since I now have 2 VVs, one's going in my wallet, one's going into a sleeve, right? And I think this one has heat damage, which I don't care. Honestly, I left it in my mailbox for like 2 weeks. But yeah, one's going in my wallet so I can always see my son. I'm a very simple person. I see a 14 sprout, then I do follow. Oh, Allie. Best play. No, look at him. Wait, this one? Look at him. You know what? He's actually gonna go. Okay, so I have this little thing. These are supposed to be for photos and stuff, but I have like various things like staggered in terms of these. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put VV on here. And he's just gonna sit here. He's gonna be on my desk and I can just look at him whenever I want. Yeah, scan it and print it to a massive poster. That's actually a great display thingy. So these ones are for like photos. And you can buy these online, and I put postcards in them. The other side is my... Actually, do you want to see my nephew? Don't worry, it's not weird. Look at my nephew. This is my sister's son. Vivi will always be best boy. Vivi is best boy. It's weird. What do you mean it's weird? He is orange. He's such an orange boy. He literally walked into my sister's apartment. She opened the door to get mail. He walked in and he never left. That's him. That's my nephew. He is that's how orange he is. But I do have more of these. So I also on this little thing, this is a sticker that an Oshafont that I know gave me. And then also this sticker went with it too. And then I have, well, actually, Giru's in Heavensward now. I'm not showing you anything else, actually. Don't look at anything. Don't look at any of this stuff. But you can look at this. No, you can't. You can look at it, technically. Don't worry about it. Cute kitty! Oh, wait a second. I might need to chop up this VOD later on. Anyways, I was gonna put Vivi on one of these. have him on the side as like a photo thing. You are? I thought you were in Heaven's Word already. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Giru. Oh, I'm so excited for you though. You have lots to look forward to. I didn't even look. Okay, don't look. Yeah, don't look. Don't look. My sister has an orange cat who decided to live with her now. That tracks. That's why are oranges like this? They're so goofy. She also has it's not a snowshoe, but it's, what is it called? That type of like not marking, but that coat where it looks like they have little shoes. Wynn knows what I'm talking about, but I don't think she's here right now. Anyways, they kind of look like Siamese. That's the coat color that they have, but that's not what she is. The little cat that she has. She found her in the bush, and she just picked her up and brought her home. Don't ban the sister. No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to spoil or anything. Coat type. The coat, pointed coat? I guess that's a pointed pattern? Yeah, that's what it is. That's what she looks like. She's a little goofball, but she bit her brother, the orange one. And yeah, she's, I don't know why, she's kind of like she's a little bit of a brat. She yaps a lot though. When it's dinner time, she'll just like meow at you and like run circles around you and meow. They're very vocal, which is very cute. Okay, so let me move this over here. Move y'all on this side. Okay, well, thank you so much for coming to my 3-card pull. I can't believe I got 2 VVs. 2 VVs. This was literally a god pull. It was only $5, I think. This is only $5. I spent less than a pack to get double VV god pull. Oh my gosh, it's VV. So much. Like I said, I'm gonna put one in my wallet. VVception. Is it Alfie and Alize cosplaying as Vivi? That'd be kind of cute though. Just Vivi. I'm very normal about Vivi. Vivi's the best. Okay. But yes, more art cards, which is really fun. I haven't spent. Aody, no. No. Aody, please. Certain cards. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Not you. Okay. Now she can quad cast Flare. I mean, they twin cast before, right? So, where's Black Mage? Oh my god. Oh, that'd be cute. Oh my gosh, that's actually really cute. I kind of have like a white mage cosplay kind of thing, right? But I actually haven't even started on my Thermitage like Black Mage arc yet. I probably should. For my son. But yeah, I think it'd be fun to eventually figure out a 14 cosplay to do. But I don't know what I would like to do one day. I don't know. I would definitely want to cosplay. I don't know what I want to do though. You know what? It's for your happiness, right? You saved up for this, and this is for fun money, right? Best Black Mage. I mean, you know it. Like, literally, Vivi carried me endgame in Final Fantasy IX. Without him, we wouldn't have won. Without him, I would have had to gone back and grind. Like, he 100% carried. It's like, it was incredible, and it's so funny. But he did so good. Vivi carries, he does. I miss Vivi. Okay, alright. I'm putting my phone over here. Actually, I need to charge my phone real quick. Black Mage is easy now for better and worse. Yeah, I guess so. But maybe it's for the best that I don't know what Black Mage was before, right? I don't know what Black Mage was before, so I can't miss it. Lune? I don't know about that. I'm not sure if Lune is Vivi's older sister. I don't know. I don't see it yet. Pretty sure you can solo the game with Vivi. Force fights with other characters don't count. Unless you, well, I guess the other option as well, Allie, is like, don't some people like KO some certain characters and just like make VV fight the whole time? Your BRB is basically what my Lune was. wait. For Lune, did you end up doing the burn strat? Because honestly, like I'm not really far in. But like I love doing the burn strat. It's so fun. It's just additional damage while I get her to do other stuff or like prep her to do other stuff. I like doing burn. She was just full fire burn. Oh, yesterday I think my strat for her, unless I see something else in the skill tree that looks interesting, I think I'm gonna do healer slash, you know, is that what you're saying, Super, in terms of like how she can just, she's okay. I guess I'm mage, technically. But I was thinking to do, I want to get hell, right? Because there's wildfire, there's rage, and hell. So I want to go through that tree, and I want to go through the heal tree as well. All casters are related. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. We have some fights with Force with Zidane or Steiner or Beatrix. Ah, yeah. Okay, that's what you mean. Yeah, like certain instances. Okay, I get it. I want to eventually get the twins promo, give it in tournaments, so they're going for 500. Everyone has their own hobbies. It's fine. I can't imagine wanting I do enjoy like fan art and I like merch and everything like that. But luckily, I think I'm really grateful this is the case for me, but like I don't get the dopamine hit for collecting, or for pulling packs. Like once these packs are done, like if I can get it for like a really decent price, that'll be nice, like to grab one or two here or there. But I don't think I'll ever get into the cardboard crack fully. You can solo 9 with every party member when they're available. I can confirm. You've done it before as well. And then there's story points where you can't, but they are usable, absolutely. You know what I want to do eventually, Dan? So eventually I want to go back and I want to fight Hades. And I also want to fight, oh gosh, what is it? There's a couple of other optional bosses. There was something last night that I think Win was telling me that we need to go back and do. Because it's something in 14 that shows up too. So one day I definitely want to go back into 9 and just kind of like mess around and do some optional content. And I know that apparently there's an island that you can get to like only via Chocobo or something like that. My build for her was around guaranteeing she had hell every available turn. That's kind of really fun though, because another thing that I really liked as well for Lune is like having burn on, right? But with the burn, it helped because there are abilities with Gustav and also with Mael, where like burn like gives them like certain like not boost, but like certain other like skills or like abilities or something like that. So I think that's really neat. And actually, okay, so we can probably like hop into the game. But yeah, everyone, thanks for hanging out and listening to me yap. I'm gonna play actually a quick little ad before we head into it. Just to disable pre-rolls. And yeah. This is just disable pre-rolls, but I'll play a 90-second ad. It won't be too long. But we're gonna go, so I'll kind of recap what's happening. So let me play the ad. But, okay, let me put you over here. Unpin the message. But yeah, so we are going to go back in. We are in the house now. So, sorry, this is going to be potentially any spoilers for Expedition 33 if you have not played yet, or if you do not want any spoilers. But we are at Noko's hut, I think, and in the house behind it, or is that the hut? I'm not sure. But we're there, and I haven't explored the house yet. But we've saved at that point, and it's time to go back, and yeah, time to go back in and hopefully figure out what's going on, or like, you know, hopefully find Mael, because she's supposed to be here in the hut or something. Would you say this is a parry party? Not a parry party yet. I'm only a trainee. I'm hoping to become an apprentice. No, a trainee, an intern, and then an apprentice soon. Frosty. Also, hello. How are you? F1 red mages is only a fun run. Only red mages. I have been working on 3 a little bit, and 3 is there we go. 3 has been interesting. I've been kind of like separately leveling things up, and I don't know how I feel about it. It's okay for now. Observations, second time you're around, were of note for you, notice? I mean, we talked about it yesterday as well. I should also take out my notebook. Frosty!
Feeling Frosty has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Frosty, please. Thank you so much. You don't. Thanks. Frosty's #1. Thank you so much, Frosty. Oh, the first sub of September. Thank you. Super. Thank you.
Superdew has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Why are we starting a hype train at the beginning of stream right now, or the beginning of this part? Thank you so much. My party is a tank party since I suck at parry. I just tank the hits. I've gotten better at parrying. Thank you so much. Both my current mods at the moment. Suds are discounted? Are they? Wait, are they discounted? Wait, cause that gives room for more hype trains. I thought it was multi-month subs are discounted. It's September? No, not gifted subs. Yeah, gifted subs are probably gonna be at the end of the month. That's what they did. But on my birthday, they should be discounted as well. So, yeah, that should be fine. It's September. We're built differently. Thank you. Okay, no. But yeah, on my birthday, they'll be discounted. Do not worry. Submember. And then I think the thing is they haven't officially announced that like when the weeks are where things are discounted yet, but they said occasionally Valorant will gift subs on top of subs already happening. It's very vague about it, I think on purpose, because they don't want to give a set number or set expectation for September, aside from like you resubbing kind of like for X amount of months or whatever. Okay, so back to the notes really quickly. So things that are different around this time, I have where is it? Yeah, I'm noticing more now that I'm like really focused in on what's happening. Yeah, so we talked about Sophie. Something that happened yesterday. I'm understanding like the information that they're telling us a little bit more now that I kind of like have a better foundation of it. The armor lady, I put the armor lady here, and I'm wondering who that's gonna be. So I also noted down like things the characters kind of like passively say. I am kind of like noting them more and trying to remember that, oh, that's something that they mentioned that's probably important, like an observation, right? Another thing that I found that was interesting, that was like more recent, is how Lune said the note at the indigo tree sounded like an expeditioner, but without a sign. And I find that to be a very interesting observation, and I don't think that will go, like, I think that will probably end up coming up again. There are just like small things like that I've kind of like noticed, and like the mimes, like, is there a reason why like the mimes are kind of like surrounded by petals? Oh frick, that's kind of, well, at least this mime was. I don't know if the other mime was. No, it was just that one mime. Never mind. So that was just the one in Lumiere, I think. But that's probably just because they were in Lumiere. I was wondering why things are bending towards the paintress, and then. Gustav, did he have an anxiety attack or a heart attack at the beginning? I don't know. And what else? Yeah, the cane guy. Did he summon monsters, or are they just like going with him? And also another thing that was mentioned as well, the Nevrons affect Chroma in terms of the people who are dying. So if that's the case, there are some people who do disappear, but some people whose bodies stay behind after they die, right? So a lot of the people at the beginning must have been killed by Nevrons. But if they're not killed by Nevrons, then what happens? Do they just dissipate, right? And yesterday we also talked about how a lot of the deaths, like for everyone in the expedition, like the way most of them see death is the gommage, so it's very jarring for a lot of them to see how much carnage there is on the continent. Okay, also, I think it's my cue. You're further than me. Okay, bye everyone. No problem. I'm actually in the manor right now. I'm not doing this one. This is an old save. But yeah, we're just in the manor, and I was just talking about like early stuff at the moment. Yeah, it's fun when they did that last year, forcing Valorant to give subs. I hope they continue to make Valorant to give subs. Okay. What? Dang on! What? Stop. Hi there, Zeta. How's it going? And you'll understand. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm also making sure to take notes and take notes so I remember it as things come up like again and again. Because it's something that we've been doing in Final Fantasy XIV that I've really been enjoying, so I'm making sure to continue taking notes in Expedition 33. Which, my first attempts, I did also take a bunch of notes too. And it'll be interesting for me to like actually go back and see if any of these connects to what I have now. Yeah, okay, I'll put this down. With a cane who murdered the for a guy. He's very attractive for a guy with a cane who murdered the expedition. Stop, Dan. Wait, conquest of no. Elysium? Elysium? I don't know how to say it. Is that related to the other game? The one that has disco in the name? I'm not sure. How many subs to bribe for a new game after Expedition 33? I don't know, because we have a timeline of what games to work on right now. If you know, you know. I don't know. I definitely don't know. Never mind. Is it a very difficult, hard game to play? Okay, so last time we were here, I ended up doing so we got back, so we were outside, we went towards the hut, and the hut / door like was a portal and took us in. Also the music here, I really like this song. It feels like, you know, like a discovery phase. Yeah, this feels like a discovery phase of the game right now. Is the game loud enough, or should I turn it up a bit more? Maybe at 45. But, so something that I noted last time, and something that I am wondering as well. Interior? Home? Oh my gosh! You're right! Oh my gosh, that's... Okay. The last time I played Expedition 33, we hadn't gotten to Emerald yet. I don't think we had. Or maybe we did. It's been a while. Yeah, I don't think we did, actually. No, yeah, this is very... I can definitely see it. Oh, this is so pretty, though. It's so true. Yeah. It's very... I could see it. Very Emerald-esque. But, okay, so one thing is apparently these paintings or these portraits, I think we've been to all these locations before, if I'm not mistaken. So that's why a lot of them kind of look familiar. I'm pretty sure these doors are still locked. Okay. Oh, it's in a water zone? Whoa. Whoa. This mansion is... Yeah, you're right. This mansion is Amarok coated underneath the water. But wait. Was it made by... was it made by an architect who would rather build an entire underwater zone rather than go to therapy? Which we love him for that. Huh. Okay, alright. Slowly looking at all the paintings as well. I can't really make rhyme or reason out of, like, if there's a particular, like, if it's hinting towards something else. See these paintings? Or if they're in a particular order for some reason. Does a person of Eld exist here? Oh yeah, you're right. Any sorcerers of Eld here? Okay, let's look at this portrait right here. This frame is empty. You know what? I wonder if this frame will still be empty by the time we leave the manor. Ah, see? Yeah, exactly this, the coral area. Sometimes I wish we could zoom in a little bit better in some of these like images, like make it full screen to really like take in the details of it, because some of them are a little tiny and it's hard to make out some of the smaller details. They do look really, really good though. It makes me wonder if any of these... Well, no, maybe not. I was wondering and thinking, would any of these places be somewhere we have not been yet? But I think most of them look familiar. Do you have the red hat for Maya? I don't think so. No, I don't think I have it yet. Unless it's somewhere I need to look for it. I can tell you, you have not seen all the zones yet? Okay. But once again, I really wish we could like zoom in some of these. Oh, it's, yeah, Gustav. Yeah. Gustav has it. I ended up doing the mime in the Grand Meadow. Corals. Okay, yeah, so this one is upcoming? Okay. But no, like this manor is so pretty. It's really, really cool looking. Huh. Did I notice this last time? Like, there's not a lot of stuff here that is alive, but there's a bouquet of red and white flowers. That's so interesting. Just one? And where would they have gotten the flowers? Or who put the flowers there? I know I need to go into that other area. Oh, it's the outside, outside-ish? It is very, very bright. Everlasting light? Everlasting light? Everything reminds us of them. Is it the only area? Yeah, I think it's the only area with flowers. Can I jump over here? I can, but I can't go down. Okay. All things are Shadowbringers coded now? I think so. It's so pretty! It's so pretty, but a little haunting here. Oh, okay. There's like a whole bush here full of flowers. There are actually more flowers around. Just the one upstairs, though, is the red and white. Oh. No, I don't think I can play that. An accordion. Huh. Is this hinting what's to come? Maybe. Okay, so it seems like there's more flowers down here. But who lives here? Okay, I guess dead end. I don't know, I feel like that hallway is gonna eventually have some significance. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll end up going back there. Stained glass is really neat too. It's my L! It's my L! Let me see.
Mael?
Gustav,
She's okay.
are you real? Well, you sure smell real enough.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I thought that you... On the beach, I saw you and I couldn't, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have, I should have come for you, and
It's okay. It's okay.
I was worried.
Made it.
How did you end up here?
I don't know. It's all a blur. I remember everyone at the beach. Then I woke up here. With him.
Huh.
He's been helping me a lot. He reinforced all my pictos.
What is he?
I'm not sure. He doesn't really talk.
The
Petals.
chroma around him. It's quite different from the Nevrons.
I feel like I probably noticed this last time, but like aside from like Lune saying the chroma around him, like there's like almost kind of like petals coming off of him as well. It's very reminiscent of like, it reminds me of the Gommage essentially, right? So let me go back, let me write that down. But Mael was like saying that he, reinforced her pictos and kind of honestly been taking care of her too. But here, if I'm asked, okay, no problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, whenever I do have more questions, I'll make sure to be very clear of whether it's a rhetorical question or I like questioning out loud rhetorically, or if it's like I genuinely need help. And I do appreciate all the help and just like people hanging out and, you know, watching me go through it because I am having a lot of fun, and I'm hoping to make some good progress today. Hopefully a good 4 hours, hopefully. Also, hi Gummy, how are you? Thank you for the birth month wishes. Oh my gosh, yes, happy birth month to all September birthdays. Mine's gonna be on the 7th, so just a little bit more. Yes. You seem less stressed than last time. Only today, as in yesterday, or as in like the first time around? Because I think the first time around, there was a lot of expectations in the game. I mean, everyone was saying game of the year, which I still think it's probably still gonna happen. But like, you know, sometimes like you build it up in your brain, and now that I've had a little bit of experience in it, it's a little bit better. But then also, like, I know, okay, so I technically have gone up to Eskier's hut, right? The very beginning, I haven't gotten further than, like, the mime on the side. So I'm replaying it, but the thing is, I did that like in late May, early June. So it's been a little while. So we are replaying and re-going through it, and hopefully taking in more information this time around. And of course, everything else past that point will be like my first time seeing anything. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to lock in. But yes, no, I did not have Mail's beret or anything. Her baguette outfit. I ended up changing him out of this one. It really did seem like he brought her here just so she could like this was like her room almost. Like there's actually like living quarters, and I know we'll learn a little bit more when we go down. Huh. Are we inside the tree? I don't know. You don't really get to see much of a view outside these windows. One's everlasting light on one side, and the other side looks like a rock or a tree.
How did you find me?
There was a message at the indigo tree.
Do you know who left it?
A message? Maybe. No. I don't know.
I wonder why she seems hesitant about it, though. Like, she's saying she might know, but she doesn't know? Where was it? Oh, yeah. Mel's, like, hesitant? But also, she could just be, like, you know, taking it all in at the moment. Like, there's a lot happening, so, like, I could understand why just, like, memories and thoughts can be feeling just, like, a little fuzzy. Ah, the curator.
Again. We just trained earlier.
Alright, but this time I have backup. Okay, alright. It's time for our training arc. Also, let me put my other earbud in too. I wanna be fully immersed into the game. Okay, Dan, you said, hear me out for the older cane man. How about the curator? How about the curator? Is that going to be on Hear Me Out as well? Mail, I love her. Mail is so sweet. She's so funny. I love how blunt she is as well. I think she knows who would do it, but for some reason, that's how you read her voice? Yeah, like, who would do it? But it seems unlikely for her that they did it. You would think as well, like, if she, well, the thing is, she didn't say the curator brought her here, right? She said that she woke up here. So, maybe she has some fuzzy memories, or she had like some kind of like, yeah, fuzzy memories at the time, but she wasn't sure. But who would have brought Mael back to the manor? Unless the curator was already here at the manor, which we're not sure. But also, we have to remember the writing was like in red. And I don't know if that's a typical call or typical sign or anything like that. So, please, you didn't answer the question. Are you gonna hear me out for the curator?
All right. But this time I have backup.
She's a baby. She's the same age as the twins. Okay. Jump. Attacks announced with a jump flare must be jumped. These attacks can't be dodged. I have to jump? You can trigger a counter? I don't want to jump. I don't know if the curator has a... Yeah, I don't think the curator has a spot. A weak spot. Okay, so stances. Deals more damage, takes more offense. Less damage, gains 1 AP per parry / dodge. And then deals a lot more damage. Switching to stance also provides with 1 AP. Use offensive. Oh, she's defenseless. Defenseless is a debuff that increases 25% the damage received by the character.
Gustav, don't die!
Aw, too late for that one. Gustav, don't die! Okay, so offensive stance, reverse back to stanceless. Oh yeah, she does have spark, which is very nice, and gives burns. No, I'm going too late. I'm going too late on this one. Okay, all right, this is warm up. This is our warm up. Powerful. Let's do.
A storm is coming.
I'm just a little concerned. If I don't parry this next attack, everyone's gonna die. Not everyone's gonna die. Oh man, I'm a little off right now. Oh, never mind. No, it's just burn. Okay, we're gonna practice again.
That was fun, but I think we've had enough training today. You could come with us if you like. If that's a yes, we'll see you at the camp.
Okay, never mind. We're not training. We're not training. It's okay. No, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm warming up. There's a difference. We can talk about the curator when you're... Yeah, we'll talk about the curator later on. As we learn more about the curator, we'll talk about the curator. Perhaps he will join you at camp. Okay, let's do this. Attributes and skills. Oh, I have 9 points? Oh my gosh, 9 points. I'm just kind of putting them everywhere. If I come back later, yeah, I'll probably be around for another, like, at least 4 more hours, I would say, Zeta. So, no problem. Have a good one. Okay, now skills. Take care. We'll still be here. I'm hoping to make some good progress. From fire deals medium target 3 hits. Okay. Recovery is 3. So heals 20% if burned. Lightning shot. We have that one. I kind of want to save it for now because... No, I have this one. Right? Yeah. Maya. Low. Deals low single damage fire. Target becomes weak to fire damage for 2 turns. Okay. Swift Stride switches. Okay, so deals single damage physical. Switches to Versioso stance if trigger is burning. That's, yeah, I want that one for sure. Guard up, apply shell, reducing damage taken up to 3 allies for 3 turns. So, defenseless to all. That one's gonna be nice. I might need a save for defenseless, but even if I do get defenseless, I have to still go down the tree, so maybe guard up. Okay. Oh wait. I think so. Lune, thermal transfer. I have this. Rock slide. I want to go this way. I want to go to hell. Wildfire. Actually, we do need Thunderfall for. Oh yeah, and Thunderfall might be nice right now, just because we are underwater. Okay, let me move you all to the side real quick. Let me move my chat over here so I can properly see you all. Okay, so let's adjust everyone's skills. We can only have 6 skills. Okay. So I have Rising Earth, which honestly, I think I'm going to do Thunderfall instead. And then oh, it consumes 2. How about okay, Rising Earth, thermal transfer. From fire, marking shot. Guard up, swift stride, spark. Switches to okay, that's what I want. Is there any of these I can give her? Empowering attack. Oh, that's 10. I don't have. We don't have enough for that. Okay. Let's go back. I started to get a sense of muscle memory based on where you place the skills. Yeah, that's what I was. That's what I was kind of like going back to too, because I ended up like changing. Oh, my L is so low. I should have put more into to her health. But that because I ended up like where the heal for Lune.
We should go to the manor and maybe learn something.
Yeah, or we could get back to the indigo tree.
Neko's usually here. I wonder where.
Luckily there was this. Oh, there. Okay.
Is that a Kestrel?
Intruders.
Stop that, you big hairy brush face. Can't you see they're human? Neko's a bit dramatic, but if you're nice, Neko will trade you lots of useful items for chroma.
Dramatic.
The tales are true. Perhaps the grandest in the SKA exist too. Are there more Gestrels like you? I'd love to meet them.
Maybe.
You silly scruff. Their village is not far from here.
Oh, really?
She knows so much.
Lune.
I know. Don't have time for detours.
Yeah, we need to get to the paintress.
To cross the sea.
There's another sea between here and the paintress.
Noko, as the best gestural merchant ever, I bet you know a solution, yeah?
Maybe.
Come on, you broomhead. I know you know.
she tried to butter him up.
guess you'll get to meet more Gestrels.
She's so happy about it. I love the character design. I'll never get tired of how they talk. No, yeah, the voice acting directioning is so good. Okay, so travel across the world offering rare, powerful artifacts in exchange for chroma. Their most powerful items are for their mightiest warriors. Okay, so I believe we do need to fabulous wares. Trade, please. I think we're gonna have to fight the merchant, though. Oh, only one? I'm gonna choose my Oprah's bigger.
Finesse and grace.
Alright, let's see.
Okay.
We did the counter!
Finesse and grace.
Alright. Let's do this. Swift stride. First parry of the day.
From fire.
Oh. I was too early for that. My bad.
Let's spill some ink.
So is it all damage dealt, by the way? Or the... Yeah, is it all damage dealt? Okay, there we go. Oh. We got... I have to get good again. I need to watch out for the tells. I think sometimes I need to lock in. I need to remember what I did yesterday. Yesterday was locked in. Spoiler, parry or die. No! Sasha, did you finish the game too? You've proven yourself worthy warriors. I've got something special you might be interested in. Trade. Exposing attack. Applies defenseless for 1 turn. Okay. Sounds good. Oh, yeah, we have the money for it. No, thank you. I think we've gotten everything we need. Back. No! I just hear monsters yelling in the back. I don't like it. Man. Let's give you... Then marking shot. Applies mark 20% mark on free aim. Augmented attack. Ooh. Oh yeah, Mael, you take that. You take that one. That one's great for her. Especially whenever we're in Virtuoso, which gives it more. So for Virtuoso, it's all attacks, right? All damage is 200% higher. Correct, okay. Okay, so we are over here. I'm reorienting myself. And we will go this way. This is 59? I'm sorry. 1 second. Yeah, 59 is the flag in the water. At Noko's hut. But yes, so Mael is... she knows a lot. She, like, knows about... Like, I don't know how long they've all been traveling, right? We could only really probably estimate. But...
These dead Nevrons. Who could have done this?
Guess.
So you didn't just stay in your mansion.
I guess that was part of the training, huh?
Well, that will help.
Can be upgraded at camp. We need to go to camp soon. Oh, these Nevrons here. These dead ones littered in this hallway. Woo! New song? More dead Nevrons. Great job, Maya. Oh, control. Oh. What is it though? I don't like that. But that's something
Guess
that
we found 68's boat.
There's a path through the boat.
That anchor doesn't look man-made.
this one over here. Oh. Have you ever played Subnautica? First strike? Ooh, nice. Powerless.
A storm is coming. Ice shatter.
Trying to think, what do I do?
Place on me.
I know that wasn't gonna do a lot of damage. Powerless reduces. So, Powerless is a debuff that reduces the character's damage by 20%. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Nice. Ah, a little slow on that one. The second one.
Finesse and grace.
Defensive right now. Oh, we can just do a normal attack. That's fine. I've seen it. I assume horrors is down there. I mean, the thing is though, does the deep ocean now kind of freak you out too? Just because like we don't really know what's in the ocean at the moment. Like it has not been like fully explored. I try not to think about it too much. I mean, the thing is, they can't get to us if they're in the deep ocean, right? Ha ha ha. Right? So I know there's one up there. That's why I stand on land. Have you never taken a cruise or anything? Or do you not like boats as well? You wanna bet? Absolutely not. I'm not betting. I'm not a betting girl. Let's see. Who am I gonna attack? I know that's not gonna hit the one that's floating. Don't worry.
Right.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do. Offensive switch. Applies defenseless.
Blades. On me.
Interesting. The window for that one is I thought I did that one too late. Okay, nice. Not bad. We're getting there. Hi, doing? How are you? Nothing to worry about? Oh, yeah. You're right. Nothing to worry about. Oh, I need to climb to get this one. Are you sure Ultros won't be down there? Parry lightning? Speed of light? I'm trying. The trainee is trying very hard. Nice, thank you. Oh, okay. We're good. We're good.
An advantage.
Oops. Just looking around. I know I have to go over here. So I know I want to go on that side later. But yeah, this area. It's like really cool. Like, is it still scary having this much light? Because another thing about the deep ocean is like there is no light down there, right? There's stairs? How'd you miss this? Oh, I did this last time too. I'm pretty sure. And then I know that Nevron is up there. There it is.
Perfect.
Nice. Okay, so this one increases damage for free aim. Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna swap it around. I think Gustav should have this because I usually do free aim with him first. Empowering attack, which is gain powerful for 1 base. And then increase critical chance for burning. Actually, okay, I'm taking that one off of him. The critical burn. Oh, no. I'm gonna give him free aim. Where is it? I just looked at it. Is it augmented? Free aim. Yes, it is. Okay. AP on killing enemy, healing tents. Apply shell. Augmented attacks. Base damage. The burning not burning shot. Critical chance. Increases critical chance on burn. Oh, critical chance. Wait, increases critical chance on burning enemies. Oh, as in like, okay, I see. Marking shot. Let me see. Apply mark on free aim. I'm gonna give her the critical chance one instead. Oh no, I'm so sorry! Oh, wow. So somebody died from a Nevron up here. And we just picked up their Picto! Oh my gosh! Okay, so we need to kill that one. I want it to jump down. Which technically, I could also just jump down. There's no fall damage, right? Ah! No fall damage. Get used to it. You'll do that a lot. Accidentally walk over people and pick up their Pictos? I miss so much even without realizing it. Trying to jump scare me? I baited him! So we fought one of these before. Let's do... Thunderfall? Oh, I don't have enough for that one. I see. Nice. Applies defenseless. One hit. Offensive switch.
Ready to evade.
Get ready.
Okay, that's dead. I think I can just hit this one actually. It takes more damage now. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Still working on the fast ones. The fast ones always kind of like. Luckily, they don't like. They do a lot of damage, but they don't like. They don't take half my health bar at the very least. I'm just trying to think. I want to go over there, but I think it connects from another side. I don't think I can go anywhere from this side at the moment. Also, I don't like being in here. This is scary. I'm scared. Don't worry. Yeah, they will always make me learn. Because honestly, that's something that I noticed early is I need to... Oh my gosh. It's these ones. No wonder there's a save out there. They kind of like prep you for stuff before they kind of prep you, and that's what I've noticed, like to do all the, what is it called? Do all the optional stuff around.
It's forging something. So they have intelligence.
I could just run past this guy. I think this is the song. It's coming up. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay, okay. That's what I wanted to do.
Perfect.
Oh, they just appeared in front of me. It kind of freaked me out. Also, welcome back. Welcome back, Naka. Also, hi, Sasha. So around here. I do want to go back and fight that other guy, though. But I think what I'm gonna do first is...
We can use that.
I know there's some enemies around here. And there's like some hidden corners. I've definitely gotten lost there before! No more jump scares, right? No more jump scares. No more jump scares. Okay, there's 2 of them. Powerless, nice. Alright, I am going to do powerful on us. There's no more jump scares in the entire game. Lying to me. Lying to me.
Ice shatter.
Skills. Spark. Okay. Ah! Too late on that one, the second one. It's okay, it's okay. I will just do a normal attack.
A storm is coming.
Let's do, oh, I don't have enough. I don't have enough, okay. Alright, so I will just...
I'm gassed.
A combo? No! I was too late on that one. She's stunned. It's okay. We're fine. Everything's gonna be fine, though.
Please survive.
Too early on that second one. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. We're gonna be fine. Because this one's almost done.
A storm is coming.
burns to death. Yay! Now I want to go back and fight the other one in the back. But he was hiding this!
Perfect.
Another weapon. There's no jump scares? None. Okay, sure. Brilliant. This is fire-based though, so I don't think I want to use it down here. Ice? I'm just afraid that something down here might have like ice abilities. So I don't know if it would be worth using. Oh, I know. Yeah, I think there's something upcoming that does have ice abilities that I struggled with, so... Oop. B. Go back over here. Oh. So, this is... Oh, the same combo as last time. So it kind of just prepped you for the other two. Or for the other one up front. Do I want to do... Start... Simulation?
Feel the burn.
I'm ready. Please survive.
Better? Oh, now we gotta watch this one though. Okay. Ah, I could have jumped for that. Wait. Was that one a mandatory jump one? Is what I'm wondering. Serial? Yeah, this is a serial question. Was that a mandatory jump one? Jump has yellow star icon. Okay. If no star, it's a regular parry. I don't remember if there's a star on that one or not. I'm sorry. So yeah.
I'm ready.
Okay. Combo. Ah, the second one stuns you. Oops. It was a mandatory. Oh, it was a parry. Okay, okay. No, jump? Sorry. Oh, it was a mandatory jump. Oh, okay. I see, I see. Oops.
Great.
Oh, we can climb up here? That's cool. Gustav just climbed on there. Huh. Why are they making anchors? Why? That is kind of weird, though. Nine, Nevron. Are they making anchors? Okay, something to think about. Ugh, the little ambient sounds, it always freaks me out. Wrong way, wrong way. Other way, other way. Someone told me originally it was an asset, which was a lot of design stemmed from. This game was originally an asset game. What's an asset game, if you don't mind me asking? No, this game was really an asset. Yeah, an asset game. I'd be freaking out if I ran into a humpback whale just because of their scale. Oh, just how large it is. Oh, I see. Like stock photos and like, okay, game pieces and stuff like that. As in like assets, as in like, oh, like to sell off to other companies of like parts and pieces. That's so interesting, huh? There's so much. That's really, really neat. Okay, got it. That's I don't know, it's really neat to see how like the beginnings of like a game like this, or like that's something like so beloved at this point, like had such really honestly humble beginnings. Everything starts somewhere. The design, they designed the game and the story first, intended it to be for fun. There's tons of assets people sell the rights to. And honestly, that makes sense too, because like there's some people out there who just want to focus on the story, where they buy once, yeah, exactly that. It's like, it's not like, it makes sense because like, you know, some people just buy art. Some people buy, like streamers buy art and graphics and stuff like that. So it's definitely not anything. Oh, I don't like that. So it makes sense that game companies that want to focus on a story would buy assets for their games and stuff. That's neat. Oh, it's this area. I don't like your sounds. It's gonna jump down. Oh, it's right here. It's gonna jump down at me. Yeah, like exactly like a base for the game. Let's start.
Let me help.
Let us stain them.
Earth doesn't do too bad, actually.
Legs on me.
Nice.
Parry it.
Me, I was just saying parrying.
Lune, watch out!
Ah! Okay. Oh no. I missed both of those. Okay, it's just more practice time, that's it. She can't heal right now, okay. Parry it! Oh, she said parry it, not parrying? Yeah, it's all, yeah, it's another person's Picto or Chroma or whatever. So essentially every time we pick up Picto or Chroma, it's somebody else's. Oh, okay.
Nice.
Most of the combos are warnings not to get, yeah, that makes sense. I think this is just, yeah, this is from behind. We've already been to this area. This is where we came from. Also, just kind of like looking. Still part of those elements of it, you know, being the continent. I'm just like, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh, we go down. Okay. Is there something over here? Oh, what's this? Oh,
Expedition 68.
a journal.
Elodie.
Oh, it's
It's a miracle any of us survived. We were caught in the maelstrom and flung from wave to wave. We lost the moon and the stars, condemned to a never-ending darkness of punishing rain and raging clouds. The paintress sent a storm to overcome us. But it is we who have overcome the storm. After surviving that, crushing those Nevrons was almost an afterthought. Strength and resilience, it's how we survived that storm. And it's how we grabbed victory. It wasn't even a battle. It was an ink bath. We squeezed those Nevs dry. But this new one looks tougher than the others.
Okay. New journal. Did it use an anchor as a weapon? We're not gonna use it anyway.
So many. I don't like this.
This is like... This area reminds me of the beginning area. Where, like... I don't know, it almost looks like it's feeding on people. There's so... Yeah, there are so many. It's just like absolute carnage. I mean, it's just carnage. Oh, the big one. The big one. I hope they didn't try to kill it. I don't like this.
Yeah. This one is gigantic.
Avoid those at all costs.
Okay. Avoid these ones. Is it looking at us? I hope not. I do want to go back to that other area. The one that where we go down. So I know what's in here. I know up here. It's like so pretty. It's so cool looking. Every time! Every single time! No, every time. There's always another one. There's always another one. I feel like I'm gonna have to fight. Oh, wait. Wait. I'm trying to remember that one. I do wonder if we will need to fight it. Oh, I hate the sound of it moving. This one. I need to go back though. I want to go underneath. Even though it scares me. All of it scares me. You know what? No one told me this was a scary horror game. Am I gonna get jump scared again? It's really dark down here. I hope this is the area that connects the other places from the beginning. Ooh. I don't remember if I've gone to this place last time. Oh, there's things, okay, there's a lot of things to look at. So I gotta go fight that thing, but there's also a treasure thing over there too. Oh yeah, I gotta do parkour. Oh, I have to do parkour over here too. one. Okay, alright, alright, alright. Oh, he already teleported up there? Oh, dang it. Okay, that's fine. We continue. We parkour again. Every game is a horror game. It's just like every other. Also, just like every game is a dating sim game. You're so right. You're so right.
Nice.
Okay. It took another person's stuff. Another person's stuff. Okay, so we gotta go over there. Is it just one? Is it two of them? No, it's just one. No, it's two of them! Aw, frick. Is it two at once? Or one at a time? There's three of them over here! Oh! There's three of them? There's three of them! Oh, wow. Also, hi Amanda. How's it going? How are you doing? How are you? It's good to see you. Oh, by the way, did you end up going to Anime NYC? 3 for the price of 1? Yeah, something like that. Okay, Mael. You can carry, right? Oh, I didn't get that one! Dang. Okay. Oh, I had to jump that one! Oh, dang it. Shields its allies.
I'll do it.
Okay. Okay. Sometimes I don't pay attention properly of who is gonna get hit. Okay, alright, it's fine. More shields! Oh, I love that. That's so fun. So great, so fun. Hahaha.
Chroma is flowing.
This is going to be a little bit of a pain. We still have the powerful on. Okay, I need to lock in. I need to lock in. I pressed A, okay? Okay. I pressed A! Okay, wait. Okay. Combo. It's the second one that I don't get. Oh, I needed to jump and then I could do a counter afterwards too. I forgot about that.
spill some ink.
Oh, I don't think I have my... There's another one that does a bunch of attacks at once that I don't have yet. And there's one that breaks shields that I don't have yet either. Okay, that's fine.
Danger!
Okay.
Dodge Gasal.
Smashes to the ground. I hate these jump ones. I hate these jump ones.
For those who come after.
Okay. Let me think. Let's do...
Feel the burn.
do this. I want her to do swift step.
Parry it!
Okay. Ah, okay. The second one early, too early. Ah! I want the stuff to just attack. And then we can get Mael to do a normal attack on this one too. Nice. Nice! There we go, okay. It was scary, but not the worst. I could have probably parried better though. We didn't die, so did not go. You're saving. Okay, honestly, that's so good and so real. I'm so proud of you for in your money saving era. I mean, yeah, next year you could also. I mean, if you wanted to go to MacFest, if you wanted to, or PAX. So many options. But also, maybe next year Yoshi-P will come to PAX. We'll see. Well, at least the PAX East. We'll see. I'm about to lurk. Hop onto 14. Good luck, Amanda. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. Also, hi, Mondu. How are you? Oh, the cry emote. That's new. Yeah, I'm working on that one. I actually think I need to make it bigger so you can see my face more. Actually, I definitely did not do that one last time. So that's interesting. I know there's an optional boss on the right side when we get out of this area. Hi, Humble. How are you? Controller Chan. Why do you forsake us? Yeah, at the very least, it doesn't hurt too much. Alright, I'm gonna go back up here and save, and then, is this thing gonna jump down at me again? No, it was just the first time. I forgot that one was there. Crafted, oh, that's so fun! Crafting a cosplay for 14. I love that. I definitely want to do more cosplays, but I need to figure out what I want to do though. Yeah, I definitely got the cosplay bug, watching other people like do cool stuff. I was like, me too. I want to do that. I want to be cool like y'all. Mael here. Let's boost you for that. Have another defense. Have a luck. Have another agility. These are just kind of all over the place, to be honest. Alright, let's look at these skills. How many points do I got? 3! These are fine. There's one ability I want. Yeah, that's what it is. Fleuret. Fury. Because it does 3 hits. This is the one. If you're in Virtuoso, you stay in Virtuoso, and that's what I like. Can break as well. Yeah. Okay. Learn skills. Oh, I guess let me double check with everyone else. I guess we can learn Wildfire now. Applies 3 burns. I probably should eventually... Crippling tsunami. I'm gonna save. We are also in our saving era. Wait, let me look at Gustav's skills actually. Is there anything that I want to spend on? No, he doesn't have that much right now that I'd want to spend. Recovery, fire, yeah. Also saving. Lumerian streets. Oh, that's where we are. Spark, guard up. Yeah, this looks right. Thunderfall. Oh yeah, I'm gonna wait for a wildfire. For once, like a little pretty balanced right now, it feels like. But yeah, if you like, am I allowed to know what you're gonna cosplay, or is it like something beyond, or like in the future? Okay, so we're gonna just suffer just a tiny bit over here. Just a little tiny bit. We've got our warm-up, and I don't even know if that's enough. Mael did say avoid these. Mael literally said avoid them. Let's do powerful. Ooh. Wait. Yeah, is it this song or is this a different song? I thought this one was really cool too.
Feel the fur. Finesse and grace.
Get ready to evade.
It's Lunae! No! I can't dodge that! Oh, come on. Lunae! It's not this one. Okay, okay, but it's a good one. She's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have enough for that one. Okay. 1K is pretty good.
For me. Gustav, don't touch.
She has exhaust on her though. That's the concern. Okay, got overcharge. Nice. Okay, so it prevents character from gaining AP from any source. No, and Lunae has my tint ability, where if you use a tint on somebody, it clears statuses. Ugh. Okay, all right. This is only temporary, right? Right.
From fire. Ready to parry.
4-hit combo. Okay. I don't have enough for overcharge yet. It's fine. Let's use a healing tint for Mael.
Ready to parry.
No! I'm so off. I'm so off now. I can't even use overcharge. I can't even gain it right now. Oh dear. This is so... Oh, I can give. Okay, I can give it to them though. get you to give yourself a tint.
Let's start.
3 hit combo. Okay. She's okay again. We're okay, we're okay. I don't have I do have enough for overcharge.
For those who come up,
Yes! He spits out Lene! She's back to us!
On fire.
Okay, alright. We're fine. Okay. Let us... Honestly... No. Yeah, any extra health I want to give her.
The storm is coming.
No longer stunned? Okay. She is stanceless right now, but I want to give her... Oh, it's not burning, that's why. Ah, I missed it! Oh no, I usually don't miss those. Okay, that's fine. You got this? Okay. Everyone's back out. Everyone's gonna be okay. I actually want to do... I don't have enough for powerful.
The storm is coming. Feel the burn.
I just gotta lock in. Just gotta lock in. No! Gustav!
Roma is flowing.
Oh my gosh, stop! No, he can't eat all of them, can he? This is gonna be annoying. Alright, I'm just thinking, what can I even do at this point? Gains 4 AP. Okay.
I'll do it. Ready to evade.
Missed that second one. It's okay.
Feel the burn. I'm ready.
Okay. No, they're so close. They're so close. Parry. Do we have anything that consumes fire? Yeah, actually. Ooh, that's fun. Okay, they're all back. We got it. They're back. First try. Not the worst. This one took me a hot minute when I did it. Yeah, this took me a hot minute the first time I tried it. Not the worst. Imagine if it was a permadeath. That'd make me so sad. It's a permadeath. Oh, we got new weapons. Okay. I was wondering if there was items here. Well, technically there is an item. Okay, nice. We did it! Yay! I need to go to camp. We have so much stuff to upgrade. Dude, that's like the real thing that it was permadeath. We did it. Man, I'm having my redemption arc right now. Okay, let me save here and then check stuff. 3. Oh, okay, so you leveled up. Okay, so... I'm gonna save that other one for later. Oh, we should rest. We should rest actually. And let's double check everyone's... Yeah, she's leveling up real fast, which is nice. I'm glad that, like, it levels out over time. Or, like, it... more fire stuff. Yeah, this will be nice. Nice little upgrade here. I don't want to use fire stuff here, because I'd imagine elementally, like, it would be not... It wouldn't... What's the word I want to try to say? It like, you know, there wouldn't be weakness to it, or it would be less damage. Do I want to go over here? Oh, there's a flag over here. Maybe I'll come back here. I know there's like exploration and there's like things in this area.
This building has a certain melancholy beauty. A lone
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mael. I should have ran away. There's no weaknesses here, so just target. I guess we'll target.
Let me help.
Didn't do it perfect. Wait, do I not have enough for that skill? Oh, here it is.
on fire.
Kunde, watch out!
Ah, too slow. Too slow.
Don't die.
Okay, I'm off right now. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna lock in. Well, we don't need to lock in. We don't need to lock in if Mael kills everything. Okay. My favorite. This is your favorite one? Your favorite battle one? This one's good. I like it. How are you doing, Patrick? Sorry, I'm just adjusting my volume. Okay, so I know I want to go up this. I want to go up to the left, in the middle, and the right. So maybe go over here first. I'm gonna have to beat up this one. And this one. I don't know about... Okay, I have a question for y'all. Whenever you're playing games, sometimes when your fingers are cold, do you feel like it's a... do you feel like it never affects your gameplay?
Let me help.
Yes, it does? Okay. I've been prepping her for this moment. Oh, this... Soon? All the underwater ones. Also the one other boss, which you know which. Okay, wait. Let me think. Let me do this.
Feel the burn.
Honestly, doing like the burn strat with Mael and her flurry / like virtuoso stuff is like really nice. Like first turn you can do swift stride, and then you're virtuoso.
Rudy, watch out. On me.
Nice. I'm fixing? Okay, no problem. Oh no! Oh, I'm scared. Look at this angle! still, it's so artistic. Oh! Oh yeah. This spot? This spot? Oh, it's 3 for this one. Okay, okay, so...
From fire. Ready to parry.
Ah. I was thrown off. Shields allies? Oh, both of them are getting... No, okay, just that one's getting a shield. This one on the side. How about... I don't have enough for that one yet. Skills. We could do powerful. I can also do near assault. Okay, parry time though. Soon.
Finesse and grace.
Oh, never mind. It's gonna die. Anything over here? Hiding? Yeah, don't, please don't be offended or anything if a mod ends up deleting a message or whatever. Oh, you were just trying to delete the message, right? Oops, oh. Man, it's terrifying over here. There's so many of them. It's so quiet too. Okay, the whale.
We can use that.
Okay. Is this a different area? Oh. Yeah, this is a different area. Oh my gosh. This... Oh! It's like a... this weird coral? This really, really weird coral. Okay, I think there's another... So I know... Oh, we can go down this way. Ah! 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 No! I'm scared! What is this? This is new. I didn't go here last time. Okay, well, I did not go here. Absolutely did not go here last time. Well, I guess we will go over here. Oh my gosh, so many people died. It's fine, just a cute stick holder. Yeah, it's a stick holder. Yeah, for sure. PTO was approved. Nice. Oh, that's so exciting. Are you gonna bring back a bunch of cool stuff? Ha, ha, ha. The way it's moving. Oh, it's a chromatic. Oh crap. Yeah. This area's chromatic. I see. So.
expedition's not over.
Yeah, this is gonna be really painful. So I basically need to remember how to, I need to learn the parry very quickly. Very, very quickly. This is not a stick holder at all. Okay. I'm turning up my volume. I gotta lock in. So. If I parry it, okay. Very much on the struggle.
Let the ink flow.
I can essentially get hit once. Also, this song's really good. This is the song you're talking about, Naka? I like this one. Ah, okay, so close, so close. Getting closer, getting closer.
I'll do it.
Oh no, I was too early. Oh no, okay, that's a new attack. New attack. Okay. Yeah, we'll retry it. How many times am I gonna allow myself to retry it though?
Parry it!
I pressed it. I pressed it. I pressed it.
Thanks. On me. Lune, watch out!
Oh. Oh no! I didn't know how that attack would move. Oh. Okay, that attack is going to be interesting. Until that never lies on the ground. Okay. Well, I'm trying to think. Do I even try to recover at this point? Lune.
Can't do this yet. Let's dance.
Not looking good.
Not looking good, not looking good.
Oh, I'm better.
It is a tricky shot. Okay, I gotta go again to find the correct, I guess, the correct rhythm. That's not that. I don't. Okay. I only get one hit for it, which is fine.
Let us stain them. Feel the burn. Take cover. Ready to evade.
Okay, tricky one. That was very tricky.
I'm ready.
I'm still trying to figure out where to dodge for that one, or to parry for it. Okay.
Hurts. You don't get to die yet.
On me.
Oh my gosh, that's so interesting. So it like hits sideways and then it kicks with its foot. So I'm like watching at the wrong spot in terms of like the pacing of it.
I won't disappoint.
Yeah, the second and third hit is what's like messing me up though, which is fine. But I'm getting the first hit better, so there's that.
Not looking good.
Okay, tricky shot. Okay, it's like back to back with the last two. Okay, all right.
From fire.
I'll do it.
Oh. Oh my gosh, I have like 1 health. I actually have 1 health left. No. Oh no, actually 1 health. Oh dear. That's fine.
Not giving up.
I don't even know if it's worth healing. I do so little health.
The dance begins.
I need my stance up.
Flames on me.
Oh no! Ah! I did. Oh my gosh! Ah! This is so stressful. I have 1 health. My L has 1 health. My L has 1 health right now. I'm getting closer. I'm a third of the way there. Okay. So the trick shot is the second, whenever it kicks with its feet, it's like back to back. Like you need to like hit it real fast. The other ones are getting a little bit better. As long as it doesn't trick shot me at first.
Let me help.
Chroma is flowing.
Trying to think.
Feel the burn.
Lune, watch out.
Get ready.
Okay, okay, again. Ah! I thought I had that one. It's okay. My fingers are a little cold. One health.
Finesse and grace.
It's not burning anymore. Okay. trophy.
Gustav, don't die!
I timed the first shot wrong.
Chroma is flowing.
Man, this thing is fast as in like it moves. It like what am I trying to say? It's fast as in like it has a lot of turns. It has a lot of turns.
Here.
Oh, ugh, we did it. Another turn. We live. We continue. Another turn. Let's do a spark.
Blades on me.
Ooh, I can overcharge.
For those who come after.
Okay. Let's see. What kind of?
Lightning. Strike.
Ah, we did it. It wasn't that bad actually. It was not. It was not as terrible as I thought it was going to be. Only because we progged and we learned, and my fingers are cold. My fingers are so cold right now. It happened. Okay, so it was definitely just getting the parries, which it just took a couple tries, and like Maya was just being very consistent. It felt very good. Gustav unfortunately got kicked around a couple times, but not terrible. I did it! Yay! 12 parries. 12 parries, 0 dodges. New weapon! New weapon! Trainee level 12. Nice. Ah. So I can go around this way. Ah, but you can't go back. I see. Energizing. 3 AP on breaking the target. That might be nice for Mael. I also, like, there's so much that I really did miss last time. Whale is still massive over here. But no, like, going back over here just for a second, like, this coral slash, like, it's this stuff again. Wait, is it? Or is this just the ship? I don't know, this doesn't look like the ship. This looks like this weird coral, like, looks like it's trying to absorb them. This just kind of reminds me of, like, the other area we're at, like, how stringy all this stuff is. It's incredibly creepy. Okay, but did I... Over here. I'm trying to remember if I missed anything from this side last time. I think I wanted to try to get up here, but I don't think we could, actually. Okay, so let's go back. Let's see. I bet this is gonna end up like 14 where Notice plays the game better. I don't know about that. I am just a casual. I'm a casual gamer. I don't even I'm a casual gamer that is a little bit of a tryhard. Is my calling. I am also glad that I'm taking a moment just to kind of like take in the music, because I feel like sometimes in the game, like you get really like, you're like, oh, the monster, the environment, like it really like hits you, but the music is such a huge part of the game too. So it's nice to kind of like get a second to take it in.
You can use that.
Thank you! Oh, I'm so sorry. I need to replay that really quickly. Where is it? You have no clue how important the game is? Oh no, I do. I absolutely do. I think like sound design is so important. Like I played other games where I noticed how the sound design isn't as good as
Instead of
other
accepting the
stuff.
compliment, she decides to say she's a casual. That I learned. I am worse than a casual.
No, we're all casuals. We're all casuals unless you want to speedrun hardcore it or anything like that. And even at that point, you're just enjoying yourself and enjoying the game. Oh, very specific. Ah, I see, I see. But no, I appreciate really good sound design in a game because I think it's like it's really funny because a lot of people like say for streamers, a lot of people can overlook graphics or webcams or whatever, but like a good mic or good balancing is like super important.
Feel the burn. Dodge Kasam.
Nice. Virtuous. Or flurry. I can't do flurry. I keep forgetting. I'm early. I can't flurry. I legit cannot play this game without using my headset. No, I 100% understand, Sasha, because at first I was actually like the first time I played this, I was having so much trouble like with like sound and everything, and then I ended up like putting on like my actual like headphones, and it was so much nicer to play with it. And now I'm okay. I feel like I'm at a better part. But if there's any delay between your headset or your audio and like in game, I can see 100%. It's like it would be so unfun to play. Yeah, like having nice audio quality. Thank you, Super, by the way. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for leveling me up for trainee level 12. I hope to reach trainee level 99 by maybe the end of this week. Okay, so I know there's one up here we have to beat up, and I think there's a chroma or something in it. And then we go to the right afterwards, so. I have to be on top of here in order to use the grapple. Okay, fine. Excuse me. Oh, it's on fire. Nice. I'm trying to think. Slows the target.
Feel the burn.
Let's spill some ink.
Get ready.
Oh!
Well, look out.
Dodge Kasam.
I forgot how low Gustav is. It's fine.
Let the ink flow.
Oh, a little slow.
Danger.
Nice. Okay, time to go save because we are we're low health. Oh, is there? Oh. Where is it? There it is. I think I'm glad that there are haptics in the game too. It just makes things a little easier.
Nice.
Picto. After free aim, base attack, damage. Oh, for one turn? Okay. Alright. Also, from this point of view, are we missing anything? Yeah, there's no audio in your speakers. The difference between a TV and a headset is a sound. It really, like, it's, and the thing is for, like, like speakers and stuff like that, you need to spend so much money, I feel like, or like a good chunk of money to have like a really nice experience. And I understand, like, you know, people do recommend getting like subwoofers and like extra things in order to enhance audio experience, but I'm glad that headphones are at a, I wouldn't say reasonable, but like at a decent price for most people if they want to go towards like having that up, like if they want to enjoy that type of upgrade. I'll re-ask this again later, but there's an area that I want to get back to, and I'm not sure if I've missed how to get there or not. Also, this area kind of scares me. Everything kind of scares me, actually, so. I guess, oh. Move my keyboard over. There we go. 130 after yours, because they were half off. That's nice. I have the Sennheiser, I think 560S. I like them a lot. I feel like they are open back though, is the other thing, but I've enjoyed them for sure. I had to definitely I've had to stretch them out because I have a big head. And like even glasses, like if I don't get like wider frames, they push into my temple and it gives me a headache. So that's one thing though. I'm glad that I was able to stretch them out. Okay, so this area, it's actually really pretty over here. It's like a field. Oh wow. It's just like a it's a rose. A rose potentially similar to what we've seen before. Oh, the song. Oh, oh. Why is it hiding?
Watch out!
Yeah. You're right.
It only attacks when...
It's coming.
Oh my gosh. Oh, dang. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's fine. I tried to jump it, but I did not do it at the correct time. Is this the song? Is this the song everyone was waiting for? Alright. Oh, there it goes. I was like, the beginning of the song is good, but I was like, okay, I see it. I hear it now. I just want to give it a second. Just don't listen to it. It's not the one? Okay, there's another one. Top 5 for you, really? I like it so far. Man, maybe we should just like listen to like the soundtrack one day. You'll know it? Okay, alright. Sasha, what I'm wondering is if there's going to be certain songs, like how it hits me in Final Fantasy XIV. I have no doubt there will be. After I finish the game. So let's go back. There's an audio delay. It pokes your brain. Wait, what pokes my brain? Oh, well, no, it pokes my temple, and then it hurts my head. I have a massive brain. I don't know about that.
Feel the burn!
Why did they have to show this scene with Sophie right before this? Why did they do that? Why would they do that?
Brace yourselves.
Okay, the jump. Aw, man, I'm bad at jumping.
Finesse and precision.
1.5. Just under. Okay,
A storm is coming.
it grows flowers? Oh, I don't think I like this. Oh, okay, nice. Energy tint. Okay.
A storm is coming.
Renee, I need you to deal with these ones. And then I want you to do immolation. Okay. I can't. I'm so bad at jumping. No. Don't look at my jumping. Okay. Oh, I didn't get that one? Okay, that's fine. I don't have enough for overcharge anyway. I'm missing everything. I'm whipping everything right now. Okay, I gotta give myself a second. The goofy jump meme is still thriving. I'm so bad. Google, I'm so bad at jumping. I was jumping fine before. I don't know why. It's okay. I'm fine. We're so fine. Healing tint? Yes, we have enough. Okay, it's jumping again. Can I parry the jump? I'm not actually jumping. Okay, maybe I should parry it actually. I'm gonna parry it next time because I don't know. This is not right. I'm not doing it right. Oh, I have like I have nothing right now. No energy tints, no nothing. That's fine. We're so fine. Oh no, it absorbed the power! I forgot about that! How did I beat this the first time? Okay. Okay, alright. Go, Mail, go! This is so painful. This is so painful. It's not burning. Let me think. I definitely parried this the first time. I definitely parried it the first time. So, let me explain. I for sure, 100% in my, cause I've played a little bit of this, right? So this is technically my restart. I only played like 15 hours of it. I for sure jumped. I for sure parried it. I parried it. 100% parried it. They were bamboozling you. Wow. I just thought I was bad. I was being gaslit into thinking, oh, you're just bad. It's fine though. You didn't know how to jump? Exactly, I didn't know how to jump the first time, so I parried it.
For those who come after.
I should have just parried the entire thing. It's okay. It's fine. Oh, we got battle loot. Shape of health and some chroma. Every new player falls for the bait. It's so funny though. It's funny that I fall for it the second time now that I know how to jump. And I didn't fall for the first time because I didn't know how to jump. So I was like, why would I mean, I didn't even know the jump button was down there. I'm sure I did, but I just never tried to jump. That's so goofy. Second time was not the charm. The first, I did it right the first time.
Gustav, wait!
The flower.
It seems peaceful. As long as we don't touch the flowers.
Yeah, let's not get too sentimental. It's still a painter's creation. Putain!
Gustav, stop shooting!
Damn, Maya, what was that?
It felt familiar somehow.
Gustav, we won't understand what's going on if we kill everything that moves.
Look, a red tree. The Gestural village must be ahead.
You know what Neverons are capable of.
She'll be fine.
But we've also met a Nevron that...
She'll be fine.
Okay. Alright. Cool. So let me write that down. So this is interesting though. So why do they have to show the flashback of Sophie right before he picked up the flower, right? Because I'm assuming that's, you know, it just reminded him. Yeah, it reminded him of Sophie. But I find it's very interesting, and I wonder if this is, like, I have to imagine it's definitely part of it. Like, the Neveron and what it does, like, it grew flowers. I wonder if that's part of more meaning or, like, more into this particular one. It was only hostile when you touch the flowers. Every new player jumps for it. It's like a rite of passage, I'm assuming. It's a rite of passage to fall for the jump. Something like that. Oh, we are looking a little worse for wear. Let's go back and rest real quick. Well, I didn't wipe, so that's good. Honestly, I didn't really want to fight it, to be honest. If I understood the parry thing, I could have just parried. But I guess we technically provoked it first. So, definitely our bad. It was interesting to see the design on the ground, like from above too. This like spiral of like, I guess, like red. Spiral red. So this is the goblin? Okay, so definitely more red. I guess Mel was saying it was... Okay, so this is the exit? I guess I can go back in the other side because there's an area that I want to try to get to. There's like a path up, but I think I missed it. Okay, I'm also gonna write Mael said it felt familiar. Sorry, I'm writing notes right now. Oh. I hope this is not a premonition.
Still too far.
Being out here isn't what I expected.
As expected. Hey. You okay?
Death out here's not like death in Lumiere, is it? I thought I was used to losing people. Life of a foster child, right? But not like that. On the beach. That man.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Nevrons we were prepared for, but not. And now we finally found other survivors, and it's... You know, that's the insidious thing about the Gamage. It's predictable, almost gentle. It makes Lumiere complacent and accepting, but... The Gamage is equally violent than death. Death is just as final.
I've been having nightmares.
Yeah, me too. Look, if death approaches, I want you to run. No, promise me. Run. Especially if we meet the man from the beach. We can't face him. You see him? You run.
Only if you do the same.
Oh, I'm running as soon as I see a strand of white hair, trust me. You won't even see me, I'm running so fast.
Oh, please, you're an old man. I can outrun you any day.
Yeah, right. There was a time when 30 was young, you know?
Sure.
Curator? Okay, so
Surprised to find you here.
I hope we can trust him.
Well, at least we can upgrade our Pictos.
okay, so he's out here now. But yeah, Mael finally got a chance to kind of like process everything that's going on because she was kind of alone and only with the curator who I'm assuming doesn't, yeah, I don't think she said he talks very much. So being able to like be back with Gustav probably was, I mean, despite the nightmares and everything, probably was good for her to be able to talk it through a little bit. Notice outruns all of chat. I'm outrunning chat. Wait, what? Playing out the scene to see them. No, act these. Oh, okay. Like as a recording them, like them live while they're recording the voices, kind of thing. Thanks for the alert, Wolf. I appreciate it. But yeah, for her nightmare, there's a man and a woman. And then later on, Mael is at where the 33 is. Or at that area. She's holding a white ribbon. I think. Or a ribbon. Looking at somebody's arm. Okay, alright. Nightmare. But it seems, I don't know, it's interesting. It seems like Mael seems to have like, I don't know if it's a premonition or a dream or a vision or what, but for some reason she has a different and weird connection. Talking about the nightmare? Yeah, I was talking about the nightmare. How are you doing, dog? How's it going? Alright. So I know we can go over here now. We can go see the curator. Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. I'm gonna do a camp tour. Gonna do a camp tour for everyone.
How did the Gestrels survive out here?
I'm not sure.
I can't wait to ask them. Gestrels?
Told you Gestrels were real.
You did not.
Well, I thought it. Told you Gestrels.
You did not.
Funny.
Well,
Okay, so we need to go do Picto stuff. And then still nothing over there. And then we need to write in the, what is it called? In the notebook. It's interesting. And the curator's really tall. But like yeah, the petals slash the flakes or whatever, they're not coming off of him here. Services, weapons, upgrade. You can increase Lumia points for each character, improve tints by increasing their potency. Ooh. Adding points costs 1 color of Lumia. There's no limits. A different item. Each tint can only be improved twice. Okay, and then now I have this one. Ah, nice. Then we can add. Oh, it's fine. Here, one of each. Now I want to look at the weapons. You talking about the nightmare? Oh, no. 7 feet tall unless Gustav is a short king. I don't know how tall Gustav is. Maybe he is. Upgrade weapons. Passive abilities can't be learned, are only active if the weapon is equipped. Scaled for attributes. Chroma catalyst, I see. So this one I could upgrade. I mean, it would mean Mael is as tall as your Lala. I mean, she's still growing. I have to imagine she's like, I have to stand next to her. She's probably like 5 something. She's probably in the low 5 somethings. I'm sure there's a scale out there with all the characters and like how they stand next to each other in terms of height. So this one is fire. Ooh. Ooh, she has a new one. Though. That's a good chunky upgrade. Wait, was this item the optional boss that we fought? If anybody knows. Increase free aim damage. I don't think I want to level this one up. That's nice though. Yeah, it was? Okay, cool. 104. Bruleum? Bruleum. Critical hits, apply burn. Base attack applies burn. Oh, base attack applies burn. I don't think I have enough chroma for that. Got it from the big guy. Okay. Do I want to have fire ones? Maybe soon. Chroma elixirs. I have a lot more Pictos now. Increase counter attack by 25. Base applies defenseless for 1 turn. And then rewarding mark to mark target. Dealing damage 2 plus AP. Oh, mark target 50% break damage on base. On base attack. Versatile. After free aim, base attack is increased for free aim hit. Oh, I want to give that to Gustav probably. 1 AP. Let's go to him. Okay, burning shot 25% chance, 50% increase, and this is powerful. I want to give versatile. Okay, Mael, I want to give her base attack applies defenseless for 1 turn. Increased base damage, critical chance. Actually, I think empowering would be good for her. And then 3 AP for killing enemy. Healing tint removes all stains. SOS. Break. I haven't really used the tint thing. I'm gonna level up some other stuff. There. Okay. So, go to camp. I went out the wrong way. Go to camp. Wait, I don't think I found any more. No, I only have Lumiere. I know there's another one somewhere. Brighton Journal. Gustav finds a spot where he can be alone. He spends some time writing his journal. He writes about how the arm they created for him was incredibly useful against water-type nevrons. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote.
For those who come after.
Remember curved objective. Find the Gestral village in the middle of the ancient sanctuary to find a way to cross the sea. Check up on others? How's everyone doing? She brought her guitar.
Been a long time since I've seen you play.
The Gestral village.
Yeah. I still can't believe they exist. I mean, what other fairy tales are real?
This is ultimately a war of information. There's still too much we don't understand. Where the paintress comes from? Why she does what she does? Who is she? 70 years and we still barely know anything.
And the man on the beach. Yeah, too many unknowns. But if we take down the paintress, at least that gives future generations a chance to unravel the mystery.
You seem better than before.
Yeah. Holding it together. Shock's worn off. A bit. We can't bring anyone back. But I thought we can keep their spirit alive by pushing forward. And at least there's 3 of us now.
He has a bit more hope, too.
The mission hasn't changed.
Tomorrow comes.
Tomorrow comes.
Told you Gestrels were real.
You did not.
Well,
I guess they both had their little moment with Gustav, just like talking, which is nice. Sleep time. Okay, I'm nervous and excited. I think I'm gonna go back into that area, the coral area, because there's one part I'm missing. I want a Noko puppet toy, like a wood one. They have to exist. Someone has made a Noko puppet toy. Surely. So this is the other side, going back now. Okay, I probably should take a quick little break. And also, I'm gonna try to run back through the other area that I am confused about. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna play an ad for... to disable pre-rolls for an hour, so it's gonna be like 2-3 minutes. I'll be right back. Are there any on Etsy right now? I wonder if there's any Expedition 33 merch. Ah, I see. They're starting it, but there's spoilers. Well, at least it's good that they are putting out some merch, though. It's neat. I know there's like tons of fans, so. Alright. I'm gonna run back in.
Did Noko tell you anything more about the village, other than red trees everywhere?
Noko's not great with specifics.
We'll just have to think like Gestrels then.
Okay, going back in real quick. I'm just gonna backtrack. I'm gonna backtrack until the ads are over, and then... hopefully I'll get back to the area that I'm thinking about. Really, it's just the first area. Oh yeah, I have to go get some water actually. It's a good idea. I probably should get out of my chair. I've been sitting in this thing for a few hours at this point. Noko's hut? Coral Cave? I think Noko's hut's the closest one. Yeah, I'm like really close. Like I like getting to like a little past the Gestural Village is basically last I was at. I'm whipping so hard! I'm whipping so hard! Hi Ace, welcome back! So how's parry training going? Pretty good actually! Okay, I can update you. We did the... was it the chromatic? Was that the one? The one in this area, I think? I forgot what it's called. Yeah, so I did that one. So that's the only one I've died to. I think all the other bosses that I've done. Yeah, the chromatic in this area, in the coral area. I did it and I got the weapon for Lune, and that's probably pretty good. I did some of the other optional bosses too. I did the optional one right before the chromatic. And I'm trying to backtrack because there's something I'm looking for. But pretty good so far. How are you? Did you have the day off? Let's go! Yeah! I'm excited. Making good progress. Also, we got Mayel! We found her!
Ready to evade.
Ah, I missed that one. A little too late, I think, on that one. Or no, too early for the parry, which is okay. Yeah, Mayel's really strong. She's so strong. Should I call you Peach? I'm so excited you're playing this. Have you gone through an expert yet? Oh yeah, I forgot. There's other things. Ah! How do I whip it so badly? Okay, okay.
Take cover.
So rude, so rude, so rude. There we go. Oh, I don't have enough. Oh, frick. It wasn't on fire. I forgot. It wasn't on fire. It's fine. It's fine.
Get ready.
Ah, I didn't get that one. I thought I had it. It's okay. It's okay. No. It's okay. We're working on it. It's low damage. It's not too bad. I know I'm healing a lot right now, which is fine. I know I could probably power through it
Second wind.
pretty easily. No, I guess it's too late. Maybe. I forgot. It's floating, so I need to parry it.
On me.
Oh yeah, I guess I can hit it. There we go. Cereal? No. An expert? You're trying to finish the post. There's post. Oh yeah, post game stuff. Are you gonna try to do the optional bosses? Expert kicked your butt. Do you want to do expert one day? So there's an area here that I'm trying to get to, and I need to remember where it is. What do I want to do? I need to do immolation.
Feel the burn.
Because I want Mayel to. So I like doing a burn build, I guess. Oh, I didn't do that one right. Okay, I have to figure out the second hit. I have been currently doing expert 100%. Oh, that's exciting. It's fine if you parry it. Expert sounds scary. Do you parry or do you dodge? Okay, so I guess this is gonna be a I'm gonna look around one time and then I'm gonna ask for extra help. Cause I'm trying. Oh. Yeah, so I want to get this. And I know you have to climb an area to get to it. But I don't know where it is yet, so I'm gonna look around. I don't know if it's in this this instance. Oh. It's right here. Did I really not see this earlier? Well, apparently I just didn't see it earlier. Definitely gonna be, or zip up. You saw it last time. Yeah, the first time I did, okay. So Peach says, I have played up to Esquier's hut. Yeah, Esquier's hut, but it has been a while since I have done it. Oh, where's the music? Oh, it just reset. Okay. Ah! I have gone up to Esquier's hut, so I need to I'm replaying it because it's been a while since I have done it, and I've kind of forgotten a lot of it. So that's where we're at right now. Oh, frick. I don't think that, okay. She has, yeah, I haven't met Eski yet. I have gotten to the hut and I've done the mime, and that's it. I need to wait until this loads. I need to lock in. I'm not locking in right now. Oh, no worries. You're all good. That's why we got mods, just in case. Okay, I need to lock in. I need to... Okay, so... So this is this piece here. A lost mine. Is there more climbing? Oh, can I climb over here? Let's keep climbing. One more time. I'm glad she saved my climb. Is there anything more? Oh no, I don't think so. It was just here to... Okay, I thought there was more. I think that's it. Okay. Now let's talk to this guy. I don't know if we talked to him or not. I mean, like, I don't know if he actually talks. Demier? What's this Nephron doing? Examine? It doesn't seem threatening. It's clinging to a metal chain. Doesn't it usually carry a mine with it? What if we give it one? Give intact mine! Okay, you know what? We'll do it. So that's another white Nevron. White Nevron. Okay, here. Take this. What?
It said something.
Oh. becoming more and more unusual. Screech? Are we bothering it? This could be bad. I'm gonna leave it. Okay, okay. I gotta, yeah, so that's what I wanted to do. Okay, time to go back to the hut. We are done in this area. That's all I wanted to do. I don't know if you can get up there or not, but I wanted to get up to go do the mine thing. Okay, nice. We're making some progress. We're progging. Peach, how are you doing today? How's it going? I'm nervous and excited. I feel like we're getting closer and closer to where I was before. We're gonna go ahead and fast travel to the flower field and then hopefully get to the village and then, oh boy, the village, I had a slightly rough time going through it. I felt like I just could not parry anything properly for some reason. Like I was able to parry most of the stuff here, but like in the going through the village. But there's a lot of practice because I know there's like a boss that I gotta do eventually, or not a boss, it's a gestural. But there's a lot of practice leading to that. I'm curious to see the new stuff will feel like. We already got a taste of what the new stuff felt like whenever I was doing the prismatic. I did the prismatic in this area and it was it was a little rough. It was fun. It was fun when I beat it. Chromatic, prismatic, whatever that thing is. Chromatic. Okay, that one. Nice. Ha!
Feel the burn.
Finesse and grace.
Oh, wait. Skills.
On fire.
Get ready.
Okay.
Gustav, don't die.
Oh, the second hit. I never get the second hit.
Parry.
Okay. Yay! Alright. What are we doing? Let's go ahead and do... I'm gonna heal up for fun. X. Do I have enough? I do have enough for flurry. I should have done the opposite.
Gustav, don't die.
Okay, it's fine, because I can just parry it. Imagine being so good you heal for fun. Well, I know these are weak, though, so it's fine. Yeah, just healing for fun occasionally. I could have also done Mael do the one on the left and Gustav do the one on the right, but either way. You know what? Maybe I let them... Oh, this is... Oh, wait, no. This is... ice. Maybe? Oh, this one is fire. Okay, alright. Let's have some fun with some of the new weapons. I lost a bunch in the actual village. I actually asked a friend to get me a... I got lost! Oh no! It gets complicated. I think I was like running circles for a while in the village too. But like, there's a lot of like... I noticed there's a lot of like enemies overall in that area to kind of encounter. Which is good practice, but... Also like, the overworld here is like, it feels so much bigger than the other... Yeah, the other one. Bridge? Ah, bridge. I guess there is a map I can look at, technically. Zoom in. Oh, I can go to camp, okay. I shouldn't roam too much. I should eventually go to the village. Oh! Oh, this bridge is to connect both of them now. Oh, okay, cool. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry, Ace. I'm gonna get humbled real quick. I fell. Gustav, what are you doing? Why is he hanging out with the Nevrons? Oh, come on. Really? Oh, I'm not close enough. Gustav is so clumsy. No, Lune fell. I fell. Ooh. Nice. Oh, weakness. Fun. There we go.
Roma is flowing.
Okay. Oh no!
Ready to parry.
Nice. Good parry, good parry. Oh, that one hit really hard. Wow, that hit really, really hard. All right, how about let's do... So these Nevrons are weak against...
Finesse and precision.
Weak against ice.
Careful, Maya.
1, 2, 3. There's gonna be a lot of 1, 2, 3s in the next one. Also, is the volume too loud or is it an okay?
An advantage.
Okay, yeah. Or is it alright? It's good. Goodish. Is it too loud? Or is it too quiet? I feel like I'm just running around. No? Okay, okay. I was wondering about the game volume, but like if it's my mic volume, I can also adjust it too. Oh, it's good. I thought you said good-ish.
You can use that.
I was like, good-ish? I know I'll be going back here over, like, eventually. Each area will be explored in time. I shouldn't roam too much in the overworld. I need to get to the village. But it is really, honestly, it is kind of neat looking at everything, too. Like, all the different kind of, like, environments that kind of, like, combined in each of the worlds. And also, like, how much closer that looks now. But we still have to cross a sea. Oh! Sorry, didn't see you there, bud. I don't think I'm gonna fight that anytime soon. I don't know if I can fight it. Yeah, that looks... I don't know if I want to go there. Well, she can walk. She does walk. It's just whenever she runs, she floats. Okay, that's something I gotta note later on. I don't know if I can fight that thing, but... it's something that... Oh, there's a big one over here. Oh, these ones are normal. I fought them before. Oh, yeah, these ones are normal. He's just chilling there. Okay, he's just hanging out. I'm going out for a float. This one. This one's weak against ice. Okay, my hands are warmer. My hands are no longer chilly.
Get ready.
Nice.
Take cover!
I thought that was too late. A combo, okay. Ah, the second one hit. Oh, they hit harder out here. They hit much harder out here. Interesting, very interesting. Yeah, we're not hitting really hard to this thing.
Take cover!
Okay. Oh, come on! This this hurts a lot. Oh no. It's fine. We have a healing tint. We can use that.
Let's spill some ink.
Okay. Wait. Ugh. So that one, wait, for that one? Okay, alright. I have a question. So I thought jumps had a yellow icon? Right? So I'm trying to think back, how, are jumps, is it a yellow star? Or is it an icon? Hi Zandy, how's it going? Is it like a what does it look like? Yes? Okay, alright. Yeah, these ones hit very hard, and I definitely underestimated
Spill
it.
some ink.
How about let's do... Oh, I can overcharge. Cool.
For those who come after.
That one was a jump? Okay. I have a question. So jumps if it's a jump, you cannot parry, right? It's like a big hollow X. Okay. It starts off with a yellow to indicate. Okay, got it. Thank you.
An advantage.
Oh, I should use one of these. There we go. You get a separate special, yeah, attack to encounter. Yeah, I think it's R, right trigger, right? I think so, at least on my controller. So it's like you press A and then you get a chance to do right trigger. Okay, got it. Used to come all the time. Thanks for stopping by. Zany, did you ever end up changing your name? Because I'm trying to remember the name specifically. Okay, we can't go through this side. I think I have to go on the other side, so... Let's keep going. Oh, I was gonna go to the beach over here, which is just a... Oh gosh, the big Nevrons. The real big ones over there. So those ones over there eat people? Hi humans, care for a good deal? Sure. Ah, a suit? Oh wait, for Mael! Huh, a haircut. I'm buying this for Mael. Thanks. We'll come back and buy more stuff later. Just like a random statue over here. I can imagine it was just from like a museum. You get, okay, separate. There's a lot of really big ones. Like big enemies over there. Just like roaming the land. Oh, it's the thing! Oh, wait a second, it's the thing! Wait. That was the thing! Wait, what house is that? That's the big thing under in the coral area that like freaked us out. Well, freaked me out. Huh. All right. It's like a blue house. Huh. Interesting. We're definitely gonna see it again, for sure. And another thing that I was thinking of, so there was a jump scare. Like we had a jump scare near the flower field, like right before it, because there was like a save marker, and I wonder if it was the same Nevron that we had fought, the flower Nevron. Globulin? I think so. Okay, gotta go to the other side. Oh yeah, wait, there's a little one over here, I think. Huh? What? Me? I'm not lost at all. Thought I'd get back to Sataro sometime soon. You seem pretty lost. Yeah, I'm lost. I need to get to Sataro, but it isn't actually safe here. You can stay at our camp if you like. Really? Yes. I'll see you back at camp. Aww. Okay, we gotta go find these little guys. These little lost guys. In the other save, that was the furthest I've gotten. Just find the little guys. Okay, so there's still these burbs around. Oh my gosh, that massive tower up there. Okay, so new area? Ancient sanctuary, new area? New area?
That's a lot of red trees to search.
They must have some sort of track or trail leading to the village.
Wait, I hear something. It might be Nevrons. Be careful, okay?
I hope we can get to the village today. Maybe that's gonna be our goal. 63. Ancient Sanctuary. Expedition 63 was here. Hi Ken, how are you? More nice music. I can rest while we're here. Do I have any attributes I want to upgrade? I have 9. Yeah, that looks good. Maya, let's up your... There's no rhyme or reason to what I'm doing right now. But I have noticed that things hurt a lot more here. Good. Hoping the baguettes are delicious and emotions are nutritious. Oh, speaking of baguettes, I should put everyone in the outfits. Okay, nothing new here. Maya could learn some stuff. Disengagement. Oh, defenseless would be nice, actually. I'm gonna go ahead and get that. I think I'm gonna need that later. And then... thermal transfer... mayhem. Oh, yeah! Ooh! Rebirth! Okay. Rebirth, so if I have 3... So, are those yellow ones lightning? Yeah, those yellow ones are the lightning ones, right? And 2 additional AP. So this costs 5. Single damage 3 times. This is 1. Electrify. Consumes 1 heat to generate 1 light stain. Okay. Alright. Good to know. I don't think I have anything else right now. Wait, do I? I don't think I yeah, I don't think I have anything else at the moment. Aside from these. Okay, these ones generate light. I really want this this revitalization one, so I gotta save. Oh, it's this one! Okay, it's gonna... Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to get it to the...
Nice.
I need to get it over here. Where is it? Go the other way. I appreciate the redesigns and the stains. It was hard to tell apart before. Let's see. Ooh, a burn! Love that. That was very nice. Alright, what am I gonna do here? How about... Oh, yeah! Oh, I forgot this one! It's this one! Oh, yeah, the shield one! Oh, dang. Okay, cool. Oh, never mind. I remember this. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. So what I'm gonna be doing is building up... Okay.
Chroma is flowing.
Items. I am going to give an AP tint to you. Okay, alright. I forgot this one. I struggled a lot, I think, the first time I did this one. Additional charge. Okay. Oh. Okay, okay. Flee in 3 turns.
Precision.
I need to lock in. I need to lock in. Healing tints? No. I can do overcharge.
For those who come after.
Ah, okay. Alright, I don't know the tell for this one. It's okay though. Oh no. Oh frick, I just realized something. I just realized I don't have the shield ability. I don't have the shield ability for Mael right now. Ooh, that's fine.
Lightning, strike!
But do I even need it? Maybe. I don't even need it! It's fine. I bought the shield thing because I was like, oh, I think I need it somewhere in this area. I don't even need it! Nice! So let's go back. I think they're, if side by side, they were okay, but the yellow and the white particular, double checking it. And I noticed that there was like a little marking in the yellow one. Like, I saw like a tiny little lightning bolt, so I'm assuming that's what that was. Okay, do a small little rust. I can also imagine, like, if somebody was playing on a larger monitor, it'd probably be a little bit easier to look at it. But I feel like, playing on small monitors probably would be a little rough. Ah. Somebody's over there. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Like, my monitor is only
Great.
24 inches, I think. I would like to eventually get a 27, I think is my next goal, but I would like a 1440p one. I'd have to just make sure my, GPU could handle it and everything. So, who is this? Huh. Whoever this is kind of like the curator. Yeah, the way that, like, I think Lune was saying, where is it? The chroma around him, right? The chroma around him is, like, different. And I also wrote last time, like, it's like, it reminded me of, like, the gommage a little bit, and also like, the red and the white petals around. So, okay, so this is the curator. So, who's this? Young boy. Another expedition. 33. Okay, so this is the young boy. Have other let's see. Have others passed through here? Expeditioners, creations, gesturals. Everyone used to pass through here. A place of joy. I miss laughing with everyone. What were we talking about? Why do I forget? Everything is washed away. Boy has gone silent. I kind of wish I had chosen the other one, like, who are you? Everything washed away? It does make me wonder about the similarities and differences between this boy and the curator. It seems like the curator is more... I mean, they're both kind of like, how do I say this? Like, parts of them, it seems like, are missing. Also, that looks like a real big gestural in the back. I love these waterfalls. They're so pretty. This area is so, like, we're so ready for autumn. It's so autumnal. And then, let's see. The new Path of Exile added a new mechanic called infusions. 2 sources called infusions when they were like, oh, this is like a stain? Oh, that's so cool. I really want to play Po 2. I played a little bit of 1, and I feel like Po 2 would be nice to just sink some time into. And then it's cool. Some abilities with lingering effects you can pick up, and it buffs other skills. Somehow you missed this until endgame. Missed this? Wait, the one back there? Or this one? Or the one down here? Which one did you miss, Sasha? Monitor's 28, but I sit right in front of it because PC. Downsize to 32. And then, honestly, I'm used to it. Oh, I'm used to it. It's better for sitting distance. Downsize upgrade to 32? I always thought that 27 might be nice, but I'm not opposed to getting a bigger monitor, to be honest. Yeah, it might be nice to like lean back a little bit. Oh, you had a 32 and now it's 28. Okay, okay, got it, got it. It's better for sitting distance. Okay, 28 to 27 is a good, maybe would be a good upgrade. Oh? Oh? There are a lot of parts and pieces.
That's a lot of dead Nevrons.
Who did?
Nevron alert!
I don't see
I
any.
think they mean us.
They must be gestrels. They're cute, but they're idiots.
They're idiots.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
Oh no, it's this one. They're dum-dums. They're dum-dums. Okay. Oh, frick, I forgot the shield ability. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Place on me.
A storm is coming.
Okay. Ah! Do that again. Hey, do that thing again. No, do that thing again. I have 2 more shots. Ah, frick. I didn't hit it! I didn't hit it right!
Take cover.
Oh. Oh, we're all marked. Raises his shield. Okay.
Run. Fire.
Brace yourself.
Ah! Ah! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Everything is going to be fine. Cause Mael will save us. I forgot about that one. I tried. Ugh, that one's rough. Yeah, this is going to be a time.
Don't worry. We don't want to hurt you, Patat. Noko sent us.
It's supposed to be invincible. Noko sent you?
If you guide us to your village,
Your arm?
Guide us to your village, and maybe he'll make you something better.
Wait, what are you?
Trust me. I hate liars.
Just don't die.
You're better with gestrels than humans.
They're less complicated.
I kind of like kids. Yeah, okay, good. We are so... we are so... Okay. It's fine. We can rest here. I need that stuff. It's 144 hertz was a notable upgrade. That's what I want to. I want 144 hertz. And I want one that's 1440p? Yeah, 1440p. That's the other that's my other hope for later on. Burning Mark, the Picto you just picked up. Okay, okay. Let me actually check my Pictos. Burning Mark you said, right? Let me look on it with Gustav. Burning. Oh, this one. Apply burning on hitting a marked target. Apply burning on hitting a marked target. I'm trying to think though. Who has marked in the abilities? Can I swap to this one? Oh, I can. What was the other one I had? Oh, 20. Okay, so that could be nice so too. Mark. After a free hit base. Oh no, I do have, that's versatile. I have that one right now. Burning shot. Increase critical chance on burning targets. Rewarding mark 2 AP unmarked target once per turn. That's nice though. On dealing damage. That's actually really nice. And if you end up doing like a marked marked strat or something like that. Maybe I'll level these two up together. I'm waiting for my 240 hertz 8K monitor. Oh yeah, you are getting like a 5090 though, right? Lune, shower girl. Lune, girl, get a shower. Yeah, we need to go find our river real quickly. We're not looking so hot. Landstorm? Ooh, ooh. Fun. Okay, this one is agility and luck. Luck and agility. 269? Yeah, do we want to keep... Demi? So this is lightning. This one's really good though. I don't think cables can handle that capacity. I mean, when they become invented, I don't know. I don't know if they're invented or not. I don't look up high quality stuff like that. If you tell me 14K or 8K exist, well, the thing is 280 hertz probably exist. That probably exists. Like, there's a lot of gaming monitors out there that have like really, really, really high refresh rates. But 8K? I don't know. Does it? Oh. Huh. What is this? Yeah, what is this glob stuff? It's not moving like the other ones. It almost looks like resin or something like that. I think everyone should be good for now. You can get like 300 hertz. They have done 8K screens, but maybe not together. Okay, separately. I see, I see. Look at all these traps for the Nevrons. It's gonna be rough. I need to lock in with my parrying, because it's not gonna get any easier. Everything looks scary. Yeah, this is definitely a maze. It's 100% a maze. Why am I afraid? Ah! That's why I'm afraid! Is this for Lune? Oh, why does she look like Lune? I don't like her. I don't like that. She keeps making sounds. I don't know if I actually did this one last time, actually. Does this mime live here? Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, alright. Let me warm up my hands. Let me warm up my hands. Also, thank you for the follows. Welcome in. I'm fine. I'm normal. We gotta go. I guess we're gonna do this next. I'm gonna guess 5 times. I think I'm gonna need to do this one 5 times. It is Lune! Oh my gosh, I hate that. I hate these. Okay. Mark me shot. Increases next damage by by the character 50%. Marking only affects one instant damage.
Feel the burn. I'm ready.
Okay. Oh, it's our turn again. Okay, our turn, Lune's turn, and then Mime's turn again. Okay, okay, okay. I think it's 6 for Fury, yeah. This is so scary. It's so scary. I don't know how scary it is.
Let me help.
Too scary for me. Consumes.
Parry it.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a fourth one. This is a lot of health. Okay. Alright, alright, alright.
I'm ready.
Ooh, yeah, Gustav is not doing a lot of damage. I think it's the weapon that he has. We're doing no- oh, it's the shield. It's no wonder we're not doing a lot of damage. It's the shield, duh. Immolation. Consume Sunder.
Lightning. Strike.
No longer stunned.
On guard.
Virtuoso. Okay, let's just do normal attack. Okay, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
Eyes shut.
Ah, we did it! You want me to do predictions? Oh, sorry, I did not. We did it! I don't even think I got hit. Nice! Okay, the mimes, just because I practice at the beginning. Little faith? I mean, I always gotta underestimate myself, though, to make me feel better. I always have to underestimate myself. We did it! Yay! They all have the baguette outfits now. Okay. Okay, time to costume change for everyone. I'm so glad I bought this for my there. She has no hat though. Wow, look at them. Wait, I want to change Lune's. I want to put her normal hair on. There we go. We did it! Yay! Oh my gosh, she has a baguette as well. The mimes are always scary. Just had to warm up the hands. Make sure the fingies aren't freezing before we go in. Honestly, it very it does. I was when I put the outfit on, it definitely looked like nice.
Nice.
It definitely looked like family, yeah, tourist family. Okay, so we've done this side. Now we can go to the other. See, these look like Pictos, right? It's very interesting. So do they use, is that how it keeps this lit? Interesting. So things just to note. Okay, so we've climbed out of that area. Now this is the scary part. I don't want to die.
An advantage.
So much chroma. Ugh. Oh my gosh, it's okay, it's okay. The fashion change will allow us to get good. I missed that! How was that a whiff? It's weakened. Oh my gosh. This is so painful. Why can't I do it? Oh.
I'm ready. Danger. Chroma explode.
Where's my L? Where's my L? Where's my L? Did I put her out of the party? Yeah, I think I may have. 'Cause where is she? Wait. Oh my gosh, Maya, I'm so sorry. Why? Remove from party? Add to party! There we go. Maya, I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry, girl. Okay. Okay, again. It's damaged. Oh, it's shoulder is weakened. There we go. Does it help at all?
Finesse and grace.
Oh, they're weak against fire.
Get ready.
Okay. Oh! Whoa, okay, that's really, really fast. That's really fast. Okay. It is very wiggly, you're right. I didn't notice that. I think this is gonna burn to death. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Gustav, don't die.
No. Okay. I timed that one wrong too. It's okay. Fire is the weakness here. Oh. I thought I had that one. This isn't a steel party? Wait, no, you might have to turn her off. Okay. Ooh, everyone's kind of half new. This is okay. I actually need to adjust some weapons because this electric, no, this lancer. Do I have a fire? Do I have a fire one? I don't think I have a fire one. $244, 269. Okay, these aren't elemental. That's fine. Do I have a fire one? We do have a fire one. Fire skills cost 1 less MP. This is early on. Thunder, 125. 124. I'm gonna use this for now. 50% increased break damage on base, breaking, countering. Is there anything else I want to use? On killing. I had SOS before, and then I had I have energizing jump. 1 plus AP on jump counterattacks. I don't think that's worth it. But I could level it. Oh, there we go. I definitely accidentally removed from the party. Okay. There's so many little paths in this area. Unless, I hope this is just like a small cave with like one thing in it. No, it's not a small cave. It's a very dark, See, look at these. These are like definitely pictos for fire and stuff. It's over here. No, it got me first. Dang it. Aw,
Let the ink flow.
I missed it. Okay, it's damaged.
Oh, me.
Very
Brace
nice.
yourself.
Oh, wait. I didn't get it. Yeah, this area is annoying for that part. Yeah, somebody's picto.
Interesting.
Recover? Ooh, 50% on base? Lifesteal sounds really good. Okay, my L usually is doing base attacks, so let me see which one would be good. Applies defenseless, increase base damage, gain powerful. Defenseless on base attacks. Yeah, I'm making her do all the base attack stuff. How about let's swap this one for lifesteal. Then burning mark. Counter damage. Expose. Expose and after free hit, base damage is okay. Yeah, let's do this one. It doesn't say what expedition this person's from. Well, we got to go up here. Oh, this is from the very beginning.
An advantage.
Okay, alright. Okay, so we've cleared this side, hopefully. Oh, that's neat. That's neat that she has like a little light every time she goes into a dark cave like this. This area is a bit of a pain, but I guess we're moving forward. We're kind of clearing it. Okay, so we've gone to both sides at this point for this area, so this is good. I think there's a... I wonder if wiggling gives it more power, you know? Maybe it's like charging up its attack via wiggle. Yeah, building up static electricity. Whoa. There we go. Oh, oh. Was that sound normal? That sound was kind of weird. It was hard. No, yeah, okay. Alright, it's probably just me in the game, because the game kind of hates me right now. That was a bug? Yeah, it might, maybe it's just my game. What the heck? Yeah, I couldn't, it was trying to listen for like the right time, but it was a little distracting, to be honest. I was so confused. Yeah, that was me. That was my game for sure. That was not normal.
These things are fascinating.
How do they even stand?
Okay, alright. I hope I can do some healing here.
Let us stain them.
Who needs a heal? Mayo. I'm trying so hard to parry it. I'm trying so hard. You know what? I probably should take a water break in a second. I should get up. Should get up and drink water. It's a good idea. I'm gonna just look around. Okay, I don't want to go over there yet, actually. Oh my gosh, there's like 3 million areas. Wait, do I want to go up here? Okay, there's like another area over here. Is there... I wonder, is there another save area close by?
This will be useful.
Water and Stretch, hi, how are you? Just making sure there isn't like a cutscene over here. Okay. There's still another area I have to explore. Unless it circles around? Does it connect?
Ugh. This place is confusing.
It's so confusing.
They built it to make their village harder to find.
I guess they're doing a great job though. I might need to go backwards. Because I'm realizing I think I'm going towards where I need to be. Maybe? Oh gosh. Truly a maze. Purple, shiny,
This will be useful.
healing tint. Yeah, I think I need to go back. Okay. And then we'll take break. It's very pretty. Oh, I can't go over there. But it is very pretty though. I want to go back mostly because there's another area that I have not explored yet. We are bloody and beaten up a little bit, but we're making progress. But yeah, how's everyone's Monday, by the way? If you do have Labor Day off or celebrate Labor Day, I hope it's been a good one. Hope it's been nice and relaxing, hopefully. Okay. Productive. Where are we up to? Okay, so this is the other area I haven't been yet. Wait, have I? Well, I defeated the one over here. Okay, so I went... That was to my left? This is the other side of this. And that, okay. Oh, okay, so I am going the right way. Okay, so it circles around. I went to the right over here, and then that connects this way into over here. And there was just an enemy on that, right? Wait. This goes back to the flag. Yeah, okay, alright, we got this. Drinking Robitussin? What? Oh no. Sinus issues? Do you have seasonal allergies year round? Yeah, these definitely look like Pictos. Okay, so there's that one. Okay, so this is the other area that I thought I needed to go. Okay, so there's just this one back here. Ugh, this is gonna be a pain in the butt. There's another path? Oh, thank goodness there's a save over here. Oh? Oh! Good to know. Protein soda? Yeah, that sounds terrible. I don't think I would want to drink a protein soda. Is it like a cream soda? Another big open field. No, I don't want to go yet. No! Why can't I go back?
They sound like kids.
We must be getting close to the village.
Oh no. I think I'm gonna die to this one. I don't have a lot of health.
Kinda looks the same as all the others.
More invincible. Good
Don't
luck.
get cocky, Maya. Look at its equipment. That looks a lot more dangerous than the others.
Oh. I didn't realize it's
No,
composite.
seriously.
Well, this is gonna be interesting. Hi Ash, how are you? Oh, that's a jump! That was a jump, right? His shoulder, if he moves a little bit, I might be able to... Can you move? You're doing your best. Are you enjoying your last day of freedom before school? Oh, frick, come on. My aim is so bad right now. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm trying to like react to it as if I'm playing an FPS. I just need to wait until it actually comes up. Or if I can even shoot it. I might not be able to actually. Not yet.
Second wind.
Flames. On me.
Let the ink flow.
So rude. So rude. So rude.
Let's keep going.
Lune, watch out!
Nice. That was a jump. That was a jump. It was a jump. It did the thing. Okay. 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 Huh. I swear this thing also has pictos on it. Like, do you see its arm as well? Like the little symbols coming off of it? That's so interesting. Doing my best ability. Okay, that's good. Have you been going into Final Fantasy and just chilling and having fun? Let's see. What am I gonna do? Raises its shield? I can't even get to its weak spot anymore. Immolation. They're still marked, which is a shame. Low lightning damage, puts one mark on it. I cannot do flurry yet. Oh, that hurt. Oh!
Let us sting.
That's so rude! Okay. We're fine. We're fine. Gustav, come back.
Careful, Maya. Get ready.
Okay. I want her to split. Overcharge is ready. Overcharge is ready.
For those who come after.
Weak spot, expose.
Now's our chance.
Oh wait, I can do both. I can work on the weak spot and heal. Nice. Full power.
Blades sharp.
Full power. Okay, all right. Before dinner, Afaja, I'm so glad that you ended up doing because I know it's always a grind. Great job. Nice.
Dodge Gustav. Ready to evade.
Oh, right. Okay. Found the rhythm of it. Okay, only not the worst. We're doing it. We're doing this stuff. It's happening. Okay. Cool. Hi, Cyber. How are you? Only need to do a bajillion parries, and only Gustav died once. Not the worst. Lumio learned. Nice. Oh yeah, I forgot Mael had lifesteal, so that's why she was sustained a little bit more. Nice. This one gave me a lot of trouble last time. I feel like this one is a little... There's 2 of them in there.
Chef.
Hibernating. We did it! Was there another area around here that I didn't explore yet? Oh yeah, there was, I think. Nice! We did it! I'm gonna rest. Probably also learn some skills at this point. Was there anything over there? I'm trying to remember. So I went this way, right? Oh, no. No, this is right. Yeah, I went down this way. I went over there. There's nothing over there. Then this side, I was wondering if there was anything. Oh. What if I just run? What if I keep running? Eventually, okay, good to know. If you eventually keep running, the aggro will dissipate. This is another
63rd, damn yeah. Damn it! I can't believe we crashed into this. Whatever this massive thing is. So much for Gerald's vaunted reinforced front plates. I can't believe we have to abandon the cars already. We're nowhere close to the paintress.
The cars.
I'll definitely have a concussion. I could have sworn I saw some gestrels running out of that thing. I'm definitely hallucinating. Damn it, Hector. I told you to slow down!
Oh! Whoa! There are cars! That's so interesting. So at some point, there were the cars in Lumiere they brought over here. Oh no. Oh no! And this must have been their camp for a little bit until it got taken over. Wow. Oh! A shiny! Shiny thing! A shiny thing! Shiny thing. I didn't notice until the journal? Unintended? Yeah. Oops. Because I was kind of honestly wondering what timeline... Oh, here's the other one. What timeline was all of this in? Or like, what... Like, what... When was it that... There's another one? Oh no. How do I get up there? Can I just climb? Please? Please? Oh, they're not gonna let me climb. I have to go around somewhere else, so there is another spot that leads here. Okay, alright, let me go find it. Oh, right here. Maybe. Whoa. It's 10 years ago? Oh, wait, let's go back. It's so pretty. What is this? Gestural? Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, these definitely look like pictos. Whoa! Oh! Oh! I need a parkour for my prize. Man, this game. What time is it? It's 9 right now? Okay. What time? How long have I been streaming? Almost 5 hours. Oh, this game.
Great.
Okay, it was a chroma elixir shard, so I guess it was worth. Oh wait. If I climb up here, is there anything else? How did I even get up there? Very worth. The view feels worth it. Oh yeah, it's really, really pretty. I'm just like this like ambient area. Sorry, I'm trying to like find a better placement for my mic. I'm gonna work on it. I have some ideas. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. It's literally it's a small bridge. Where is it? It's gonna chase, but we can route run it. Yeah, there's nothing. And yeah, we already got the thing over there. Okay, time to go back to the village. Or hopefully go to the village. I think I've already fought in it once. I don't want to fight it again. Yeah, I don't think we'll probably end up staying up too late today. I think we've made decent progress, but I'm not back where I was before. So it's gonna take 3 streams probably to get back, which is not the worst. It's not terrible. I mean, up to this part... Wait. Oh yeah, we have to keep going. I was gonna say, up to this part, it took me probably... It'll probably take me 3 streams to get to Eski's Eski's hut? House?
This will be useful.
Nice. Okay, so I don't think there's any... Yeah, no need to zoom through it. Yeah. We're definitely gonna slow down once we get to the hut. I think, yeah, I think one of the biggest things I noticed going through this area specifically, before we get inside, is it seems like the gestrals, it seems like there's pictos on everything, because there's like the fire poles, and then like the shields as well, and even on like, there's like the weak spots. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's not pictos, but it's something that, like, it keeps catching my eye, though. So I find that interesting. Okay, so... into the village! And there's actually a couple of things we need to do in the village, too. But I will say I'm probably more consistent with parrying, which is good, right? I might be able to graduate to intern soon. So, if we're lucky. We're in the village! Oh, so Expedition 52 got to the village. That's so neat. They actually got here. Okay. Should it be time? It's 9 right now, 9:11. Yeah, so tomorrow I will be streaming Final Fantasy XIV again, and I'll be doing the Rising event. Is that what it's called? With Jenna. So yeah, that's tomorrow's goal. So it looks like we're on the family trip. Everyone's on the family trip here, but we are, yeah, tomorrow we're gonna do Final Fantasy XIV. I'm probably gonna start a bit early. It's gonna be around 12, I believe. I'm gonna double check with Jenna, but I think that's what we kind of decided. around 12 EST-ish, and we're gonna have lunch together. So if anybody needs the lunch buddies, we'll be having some sandwiches. I'll make sure to buy some sandwiches before I end up like streaming. And I'll make sure to have a break and eat, and it'll be a good time. And yes, I need to also work on the schedule for more Expedition 33. Yeah, we're having sandwiches. We're having some veggie sandwiches, but if you want other sandwiches, get whatever you want. So yeah, tomorrow we're gonna do the Rising event. I'm gonna try to hopefully convince Jenna to do more tank runs or healer runs. And yeah, and we're gonna have lunch together. I guess I can take a break from one day break from Expedition 33. We did a lot today. I've done all the optional stuff at this point. Yeah, I've done the side boss, the chromatic. Yeah, the side boss, the chromatic, and honestly, yeah, I did the mime here, which I missed last time because I was wondering where Lune's like stereotypical outfit was, or her mime outfit was, right? Yeah, her so I'm glad I found that. I'm trying to think what else. And then hopefully I can add a couple more streams in before birthday stream. Birthday stream will be on Sunday. Saturday I'll take off, so if I'm streaming Tuesday, maybe I could do Thursday. I'll probably do Thursday, Friday, something like that. I'm also trying to think too. Today was supposed to be Mercury Monday, but it's kind of late. It's a little late. I wonder if it's a little late for Mercury Monday. So I'm wondering if we should just like hang out in Discord for a little bit. Maybe do an Orban run. Maybe do a Monday Orban run before tomorrow's stream. And then we'll have to just schedule the next Soletta Sunday. Oh, we could do Soletta Saturday. Ooh, we could do Soletta Saturday. Because honestly, probably my Saturday, I'll be like free after 6, 7? Yeah, I'll probably be free after like 7-ish. So I'll have to ask the Discord if y'all want to do Sliver. So much Orban. Is there something as too much? I know you said so much, but I don't think too much exists either. Then there is Bojo where we can queue for it. That's true too. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. It's been fun. It's been fun going through it, and I appreciate y'all like hanging out and like you're just giving me some thoughts and opinions and everything. I think we did good today. I was gonna hopefully try for 5 hours, but this is not bad either. It's not bad to have a short little stream. Next future Expedition 33 streams though, I think like I said, maybe Thursday, Friday. So I'm streaming tomorrow, Final Fantasy 14, maybe Thursday, Friday as well, and they may be shorter, they may be longer, depending on like the pacing for it. I'm not sure like what a good like. I don't want to like burn myself out because I can tell potentially like if you play too much and like if you don't have enough food or if you're not like sustaining yourself and getting up and stretching and moving around, you might like your focus might like falter a little bit and it might be harder to play the game. Baja, I suggest you put Act 1 in your stream title. Yeah, I can do that. I can definitely do that. Thank you. That's actually a good idea. So I'll edit the last two, and if you can, just remind me again and I can do Act 1. Yeah, we don't want to burn out. Like, we've been making decent pace for this, and I'm hoping maybe we can probably, if I end up meal prepping properly, then I'll be able to hopefully make some more progress Thursday, Friday. And we can surpass where I was. We can definitely get past it. I don't know if we're going to I think Act 1 is going to be further than I think. Do you want to be told of the end of the moment for title or think about it? End of moment? I don't know what you mean. I mean, if you all have suggestions for stream titles of like what people like to see for stream titles, I'm down for that, I guess. Like end of Act 1. Like, oh, yeah. You could probably tell me like, well, we can say finale, like Act 1 finale or something like that. Like if you think it would happen within 6 hours of the stream, that's fine. Because 6 hours goes by fast. And that's not too, like, obvious, I suppose. No silly clips today, which is fine. We need, I guess we need some, I need jump scare breaks, I suppose. I can't get jump scared every single stream. Alright, alright. Let me see. Who's online? What friends to say hi to tonight? Oh yeah, it's Monday. It's weird. It's Monday. I'm like, oh, it's Sunday. I have some friends who are online usually on Sunday. Today's Monday. Okay, I know who to say hi to actually. We haven't said hi to this person in a little while. It'd be nice to say hi to him. I have a Target if you need. They're an affiliate. Are they playing Expedition 33? If you can you send me a DM? There's another friend that I want to say hi to for tonight. Thanks for being here, Amanda. I appreciate it. But yes, I hope everyone's doing well and having a good night. If anybody wants to play, if anyone wants to Orbon, let me know. Yeah, super, send me a DM, like, to who it is, in terms of just, like, potentially somebody, like, in the future trade. But yes, okay. Everyone, thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate your company. Please have a good rest of your night, good rest of your day. Sleep well, take care. I hope you have a short weekend. Or week. I hope you have a short week this week. I hope, yeah, I hope the rest of the week is very chill and very, like, relaxing and not stressful at all. Please, please. I will see you all tomorrow. I'll be back with Final Fantasy XIV with Jenna. We're gonna do the event together and have lunch and be silly and, yeah, have a good time. I'm gonna work on the rest of the schedule as well and give you a heads up of what's gonna happen. And yeah, and I will work on stream schedules and putting Expedition 33 on YouTube because at this point I don't want to lose it because I'm gonna forget. Thanks for the stream. I was like, yeah, no problem. No, you are all good. Like, today is everyone's, like, a lot of people's off day, so, like, I hope that you were all busy or, like, having fun at the very least if you hopefully weren't busy. Or a lot of people have things to do. But we're gonna go say hi to... We're gonna say hi to Noah. Noah is potentially finishing up his subathon. Perhaps, maybe. Thank you so much for thank you so much for being here and celebrating day 1 of birth month. I'm excited for the rest of the month. I hope to do a lot of fun stuff with y'all. I'm definitely ready. I want to play a lot of games. I want to stream a lot. I want to edit a bunch of stuff. I want to have a good time. Okay. So here are the raid messages. The third one is for everyone. The first 2, if you're not a sub, we're gonna go say hi to Noah. I apologize, my brain is kind of smushy. I probably need to eat the rest of those tacos that I have. But have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. Take care. I hope to see you all tomorrow. And remember to take care of yourself before you take care of others, alright? Remember to be kind to yourself because you're worth it. You're a nice person, okay? Don't be mean to yourself. Get some sleep. Eat. I will see you all later. Okay. Let me copy this. Move this over here. Say hi to Noah, and I will see you all later. All right. I'll probably hang out in Discord if anybody wants to chill. I think I'm gonna do 14 stuff. Yeah, 14 Discord stuff. If anybody wants to join for Orbon, let's just do that. All right. I'll see y'all later. Bye. Oh, good night, Cyber. Good night, Super. Good night, Amanda. Good night, Sasha. Good night, Ken. I'm so sorry. Good night, Ash. Good night. Good night, Yilda. I forgot to say hi. Good night to everyone. That's what I was forgetting. I was like, what am I forgetting? So I'm forgetting something. But good night, everyone. Good night, Cyber. I'll see y'all later. Those are like the good nights. I swear I need like a checklist of like my like ending stream to-do list. Bye, y'all.